And what is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Brea Thorn, and here we are. Yet another lovely evening of talking about computers, maybe yelling about computers. A little bit of yelling, a lot of talking. If it's bad, it's the opposite of that. A lot of yelling, a little bit of talking. But, you know, life is about finding balance. But welcome. Glad to have you guys here. And I see... Okay. So... I like it when you guys are, you know, in chat before the starting soon video, because it's not a starting soon screen, it's a little video that I made. Before that finishes, you know, there's gonna be chatting, but on YouTube, on the YouTube side of things, there's a lot of chatting usually before I even start, and there's generally a lot of comments about once 8 o'clock passes. There's a lot of talk about like Brea Thorn's late. Brea is late. You know, it's okay. He's always late. Guys, I've always said I start at around 8 p.m. Central. I'm just fine on time. I don't know what you're talking about. I've always said around 8 p.m. Central. Once it gets past 8:30, then I'm like, yeah, I'm late. You know. But yeah, glad to have you guys here, and thank you, of course, for your patience as I arrive, quote unquote, on time, since there's not really a hard time that I start. So, but yeah, we're here and we're together, and we're going to talk about computer stuff, and I'm gonna wave around my wrist pad. Apparently, why not? Let's say hi to the Twitch people real quick. What's going on, Peter? How's it going? Welcome. Where is this Brea Thorn? I'm here. He is usually a little late. Bergie5. I'm not actually. What is up, Alucard? How does everybody forget? I always say around every stream I talk about. I feel like I talk about this every stream. Like, guys, it's around 8 p.m. I'm sorry. And Horse Soda, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. I hope all's well. I have you fat. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Yeah. What's going on, Skeeter? How you doing? And let's see. Observer Thoughts, welcome. Clone Smurf, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Let's see. Happy to have you streaming. Thank you, Horse. Appreciate that. Okay. So let's see over in YouTube land. Chris Crawford was here, then has to drive home from work. So have a safe drive, please. What is up, Eric Bergman? How are you? Toilet Wisdom. I mean, you were here before the start of the stream, which is fine. Eric, that is incorrect. I usually arrive at about 8:15. That's the last word in that sentence. Actually, he's usually about 15 minutes late. That's the last word there I take issue with. That's it. Now, that is true, though. On Twitch, it does say 8 p.m. Central, or I guess 9 o'clock for you if you're in Eastern time. But that's just because Twitch doesn't have a way for me to say around this time. But I would say it in all the videos and all that stuff. But anyways, what's going on, Steve? How you doing? Let's see. Observer of Thoughts, thank you for being in both chats. I appreciate that very much. TJ Sparks, what's going on? Welcome. Good evening, Alice. How are you? And Peter, thank you for being in both chats as well. And you, Alucard, as well. Hello from sunny Manchester. Hello, Empire of Noise. Hello from dark Texas, because it's nighttime now. Brandon, thanks again for PC Matchmaking this past Tuesday. We'll have the rig built at Micro Center on Saturday. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. Looking forward to seeing how that turns out. Adam, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. I believe Clone Smurf. I believe Clone Smurf, right? Okay. Manly stream is chill. You talk about Manly reviews. It is Manly with an E, Manley. He's great. Dude's awesome. Yeah, good buddy. Okay, Peter, want to see a cool magic trick? Sure. Whatever, as long as the stream happens. Yep. Oh, it was Alucard. It was on Manly's stream. I was on Manly's stream while waiting for the notice. Yeah. Alucard, have you checked out any of his YouTube videos. They're super good. Stream elements timed out TP off for 1 second. Okay, that's interesting. That is funny. Okay. I might have seen that at some point, but I might have forgotten about it afterwards, shortly afterwards. But there you go. No, I see the command. It doesn't disappear. I do see it. So the command stays there. So wait, that doesn't vanish. Did not do that yet. Been working on my new workspace. Okay. I don't know. He has some of my favorite editing, and he's just funny. He's very funny. He's a very funny dude. But yeah, his editing work is superb. I actually told Anwar to go check out some of his videos to get an idea of some of the things I want to do for pre-built, rebuilt. Although it'll be less frantic, because he does sort of have something has to be happening on screen at every moment kind of thing. But yeah, maybe that's what you need to capture the attention of the masses these days. Don't worry, I did not drink all that tea. Oh yeah, that's an old command, Peter. That is an old command. Easy Jake Oven, welcome. How's it going? Good evening to you. So it looks as though, let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of history to those. I can't remember. There was a certain command that said, like, don't listen to cuddles. I can't remember what it is. Suggest a poll. Have you seen the new Fantastic Four movie? Well, I know my answer is I have not. Although I did see the new Superman movie. It's still new. I don't care if it's a couple weeks in theaters. It's still the new Superman movie. And damn, that was excellent. That was an excellent film. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed almost every minute of it. It definitely had some pacing issues, but that's the thing is that always sticks out to me. There's a lot of movies where I'll mention pacing because it seems like it's not a priority as much in a lot of films these days. So that's usually my critique. And that's what I look out for. But no, it was amazing. Like, it was really good. My favorite character from the new Superman was Captain Hammer. Anyway, Tech Blacksmith, welcome. How's it going? Braxton, what's going on? Hey, very good to see you, but I have no chat feed on Twitch. Probably my fault. I don't think anyone else is having that issue. We probably would have heard of that already at this point. But Braxton, welcome to the YouTube side of things. Glad to see you here. And Sailor X, welcome. If I didn't already say hi, how are you? Robert Fixit, good evening. Welcome in. The hammer is my ring. That's definitely a different sentence than the one from the original. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got to do this then. Sure. 1 second. All right, poll is going. Silent Furies, how you doing? My local Walmart has a new cyber-powered desktop on clearance for $500. Includes AMD Ryzen 8400 and a 7600 8GB graphics card, 16 gigs. Is this a good deal? For $500, sure. That's a whole computer for $500. Is it gonna game really well? No, especially if you put on 1440p or higher on the monitor. But it'll play some. That'll probably tear up some Rocket League. It's fine. If you like to do retro emulation and things like that, then it's also really good for that. It's a great little machine for that, probably. But it probably has a single stick of RAM. Because it's DDR5 16 gigs, so it's a single stick of RAM. But it's AM5, so it could be something to build on, I suppose. It is cyber power, though. Rurutu that said wait, hold on. Actually, it did say AMD 7600, so it could have been for the graphics card. Silent Furious, is that an AMD? Of course, it's a Ryzen 8400, right? Right? 8400 G? Is it a G? I don't know. Okay, there you go. Because you put AMD between the CPU and the GPU, we couldn't tell which one. 8400, just straight up. Okay. Another day on this side of the dirt is a good day. It is, indeed. Toilet Wisdom is back. You did your list. Neat. And you did the form. Awesome. Did you link the list to me in the form? No. You said you did your list. Is it a PC part picker list? Toilet Wisdom. I'm on a mission to get a second Citadel kill on Jace 2 Cents in World of Warships. You killed Jace 2 Cents in World of Warships. Congrats to you. He's obsessed with that game. I mean, Silent Furies, the thing about it is, if you go into it expecting like good support from CyberPower, they don't know how to do that. So just understand that you are getting a hell of a deal. And I'd actually like to see if maybe I could snag up one of those to do a review of it, because CyberPower for sure is never going to send me a review unit. Not that I have $500 laying around. I don't. Rent's coming up tomorrow. Okay. No, I mean, I did my form, not PC part picker. Okay. All right. We say you did your list. I thought it was a PC part picker list. So sure, that's good. Your form is in there. And so far we have someone else who filled out the form earlier today around 11 a.m. Drew Keller, 28. Are you here? Does Walmart do customer support for the CyberPower PCs? Bergie, I need you to reread your own sentence there. I feel like you can answer that question pretty easily. Do you think Walmart would do technical support for computers? Is that a feeling that you're feeling? Do you feel that feeling? Does that feel true to you? Drew Keller. Okay. I know I put Twitch username, but it won't let me verify my phone number. You're talking about Twitch won't let you verify your phone number? Okay. Well, the name matches. It's Drew Keller. You're just missing the 28, so you're fine. That means you're going to be first this evening. No worries that you couldn't get onto Twitch. That's fine. Yeah. Costco has a special line for their PC support. Costco is a different company. And also they're not the same company as Walmart. Walmart is, Walmart's known for easy returns, not good support. You would be going direct to CyberPower for that. What is that? Ugh. Peter, stop bringing up old random commands, please. Okay, now I got to... Okay, Peter's going to make me stop what I'm doing because now I have to go turn off commands that I don't use anymore. Because those commands are there for me to say, hey, if you want to do this thing, use this command right now. Bam. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Let's go ahead and go... I'll stop what I'm doing. Everyone else can wait. I'm going to go fix the stream now. Well, I have to see if that link even still works. Does it still work? No, it doesn't even work anymore. We got to fix the commands. I didn't need to before, but someone's just going in and looking up commands and just putting in a bunch of stuff. It's not a ban. Why would you ban Peter for that? No, that's just curiosity. He's just pushing buttons. Why would you ban him for that? Okay. Where is freaking Stream Elements? Okay. Wait, oh, it's on YouTube right now. Gotta go to Twitch. When did I make that one? I think my vanity link is still not working for the merch site. I need to fix that. Shout out is good. We want that. Forum is good. Lurk is good. Discord is good. YouTube is good. And Ultra is good. Okay, those are all fine. I'll look through these later. Just stop doing random commands. Yes, Peter, I know. Well, like a 5-year-old, I'm about to put you in timeout because that is it's very distracting for me. Okay. Act like a 5-year-old, you get treated like one. Okay. Now, back to helping people with computers, right? We don't want to stop that, right? We don't want to interrupt that and make that not happen, right? Right? That would be bad. Okay. I'm just not liking Twitch not letting me talk. Hey, Braxton, at least you got another place where you can come in and chat. You're good. Sure. Toilet Wisdom. So, Drew Keller. Let's go ahead and get yours going. So what I need to know is, okay, it's, I feel like nobody wants to get a pre-built from a system integrator anymore. I've done like one in the last couple of weeks. It's all Micro Center or DIY, but I'm not going to try to convince y'all to do otherwise than what you want to do. Oh, actually, Drew Keller does not want to get their PC from Micro Center. Is there a reason for that? You are trying to get it pre-built, and you don't want to get it from your local Micro Center, right? Now, if you're going to come in and tell me, Drew, that's like, oh, well, it's 5 hours away from me, then that would have been a no on the question, is there a Micro Center near you? Because that's not near. So what is it you're going to tell me about Micro Center and why you don't want to get it from there? It's not a problem, but yeah. I feel like I've seen better deals elsewhere. I'm 25 minutes from Micro Center. So here's the reason that I don't discourage people from buying from Micro Center. First off, just going there is cool. It's just a cool place to go to. But secondly, if you have them build your PC, you pay for them to build it. Yes, and it's because they insist on doing a same-day build. They don't do it towards like, all right, we'll have it ready for you in 2 weeks or in a week or whatever, or a day after tomorrow. They do it same day, so it costs as much as you would think it would for that. It's like $250 for them to go get all the stuff, put it all together, make sure it's all working, cable manage it, all that, box it up, out the door. Okay. However, the benefit though from that is if you have an issue with your PC and you want to get it fixed, you don't have to ship it to anyone. You can just, drive it to Micro Center. Now, here's something that I usually don't mention is that even if you buy pre-built from another company, you can, if you live near Micro Center, you could still take it over there and have them fix it, but you'll be paying for it. But on the other hand, Micro Center for their same day builds, when they do that, they don't give you much of a warranty by default anyway. You have to pay like another $250. So it's basically $500 to get it built and warranted. Remember that, guys, when you're like, oh, why are pre-builts more expensive? I'm just going to go to Micro Center. Micro Center is just as bad, if not worse, than most SIs when it comes to the extra fees. So, yeah. Soul Digger, thank you for the like. I appreciate it. So, but there are inherent benefits to Micro Center. Like, you gotta understand that. Being able to, or not having to subject your precious investment to the rigors and the risks of shipping it for an RMA to get it fixed, and then waiting a couple weeks to get it back. For a lot of people, that's worth it. That's worth the extra expense, especially if it's well within your budget to do that without affecting really the performance of your PC, without having to make a sacrifice there. Speaking of budgets, you chose a range of $1,000 to $1,500. What is the actual maximum budget for your PC? We're looking for 1440p gaming. I don't need a range, so don't come back and tell me 13 to 1400. Just give me one number that is the maximum amount of dollars you could spend on your PC. What's up, Bone Shock? Welcome. How's it going? 1300. Okay. All right. Are we not going to show my monitor there? Oh, I know what I did. There it is. Got it. So, oh yeah, both of y'all are here, so I'm just going to go ahead and mark that down. And I think this one I did last time, so we're going to mark that green. Yes. Okay. $1,300 price to performance. So we're looking for a high volume seller for this. I mean, you can probably, if you'd chosen boutique, then sure, I'd be able to probably find you something. But you do take a hit on the performance in order to get that boutique experience. In this case, we're going high volume seller. We'll look first at SkyTech. If they ain't got it, we'll look elsewhere. This has just been like the easiest. And plus, again, I feel like validating their work on, they made it so much faster. This thing used to drag so bad when you were looking for stuff. So we're looking for 1440p gaming here. Pretty easy to do. Huh. One thing that you said here was when asked whether you plan on upgrading your CPU over time, you said yes. So that leads me to suggesting AMD for you. Now, you might be thinking, oh, I need one of them X3D chips. You're going to 1440p gaming. It is less of a factor. Any X3D chip, it really doesn't make as much of a difference once you get past 1080p, unless you know that you're playing games that are more reliant upon the CPU than others. 90% of games are, once you get to 1440p or 4K, 90% of games are GPU bound, meaning the GPU is doing most of the work. And whatever your GPU is going to determine the performance. That 10%, though, there are games where it's still going to be somewhat reliant on the CPU, can benefit from that kind of thing. But what do you do? You said you wanted a black PC. You don't want it to have too much RGB. You do want Wi-Fi. Notch Legend. Hello, sir. I want PC in $2,000. Cool. At least you said hi first. But welcome to the stream. Please read the description because it states there, and actually right before you spoke, it says, if you're looking for help finding the right pre-built PC or need custom parts list for DIY PC build, either one, click the first link in the description and fill out the form, because you see people get in line to get help. They don't come in and say, hey, help me immediately. So yeah, please fill out the form. It'll get you on this list, and then you'll be in line to get some free help. I had no idea Skytech's doing laptops. Yep. They are indeed. But I mean, remember, with laptops, you pay more for the portability aspect of it. You're also getting a screen, a keyboard, a trackpad, all that stuff without, you don't have to buy any of that stuff. But I mean, it's Ryzen 7 8745H and a 4060 mobile chip, which is not the equivalent of a desktop 4060. So yeah. And you're paying still the same price as, you know, Ryzen 7 7700 and 9060 XT. Let me raise this up just a bit, because I don't know. I wish we could find something with like a 7700 XT or 7800 XT. But it just doesn't seem to be in circulation anymore over here at Skytech. I do have a discount code, but I don't think it's going to account for going this much higher than the budget. But yeah, once we go to 13, it's still the same cards. 5060 Ti and 9060 XT are the cards that are at this price range. Oh, well, there's one with a 4070 here. Only 14 left. Oh, there's one with a 5070 here, actually. Ryzen 7 7700 and a 5070 and a 1 terabyte NVMe. So this one has, it is a white PC, does have RGB, but you can turn that off if you want to. RTX 5070, Ryzen 7 7700, 1 terabyte M.2 drive, a full-size B650 motherboard, an 850 watt 80 plus gold rated power supply, and a 1-year warranty. 32 gigs DDR5 at 5200, so not the best frequency for DDR5 for a Ryzen CPU, but hey, let's see what this comes out to after my discount code. Clonopin Commander, I can afford this more than you. You need to justify that that statement. What do you mean I can afford this more than you? What are we talking about? Are you talking to my chatter right now who I'm helping with a PC? Because that would be, if that's what you're doing, pretty rude. Redeemed on-screen celebration 40 bits. I don't have that set up actually right now, unless you can see it and I can't. Is that happening? Did something happen? Anyways, if you want, you can take that back. I'm not sure that I like that that statement from you. Those kind of comments shaming other members of chat, pretty small-minded, and it gets you banned. Okay. So, you know, if you came into the chat, you basically agreed to terms coming into chat, and you immediately broke those terms. If I had a way to refund that to you, I would. But if you can justify, if you can explain yourself, cool. You have that. You have, I don't know, a minute to do it, I guess, before getting banned. Peter, it's right there. You can read it. It's right there. It's right there. Notch Legend took in the. Oh yeah, that's right. You're telling him color RGB non-factors. Got it. So let's see what it comes out to with my discount code real quick. Swarm comes out to 1357. So this is a little above budget. But why I'm looking at this one. Every single other PC, all the way up to $1,400, has either a 5060 Ti or a 9060 XT. Yeah, we don't like absolute douchebags here, so you can take that somewhere else. It's not above budget for me. Okay. Compensate elsewhere, okay? Overcompensate is what I meant to say. Overcompensate elsewhere. Alucard, sorry, but I wanted the satisfaction of doing that myself. Now, although I say it is over the listed, the budget you mentioned of 1,300, shipping is free. So that's something to take into consideration, because in the form I say, what is your budget before shipping and taxes? Don't include shipping and taxes, because I don't know what that can be depending on where you get your stuff. So ergo, you might consider it under budget, but or within budget, but that's up to you. But what I was saying was, every one of these systems for the GPU, which is the most critical component in just a strictly gaming PC for 1440p, it's a 5060, 9060 XT, 9060 XT, 5060, 4060, 5060. All of these are sort of more entry-level class cards, and then you just have one here that is a 5070. And oh, well, there's this one too. Actually, this would be the same price. Hold on, and then it wouldn't be a white PC. Hold on, let me see. B650, 8. Oh, it's the same stuff. It's all the same stuff, but it's a different color. So this might work better with your setup. It'll come out to the same thing, 1357. Is that okay for you, or do you want me to just try to determine among the ones that will come out to under 1,300 how much that would be? My discount takes off from a $13.99 system, takes off $42. So that makes it $13.57. I can swing that. That's perfect. Awesome. Cool. So you get to pick between the Shadow 4 or the Archangel 4, black or white. They have the same components, essentially. So I will leave that up to you. But if the color doesn't matter as much to you, I would probably go for the black one, because it's not like the white is more of a statement, I think. Our new friend can afford it too. Lol. Yeah, no. See, that's the thing, Drew. People don't say that kind of stuff because they have a lot of friends. You understand? Like that's not the kind of thing that you say when that's your status. I mean, real friends is what I mean. Damn, he said that. What? All right, that right there, I think that's going to auto-apply my discount code. If it doesn't, the discount code is just Swarm. That's what helps get it down to that 1357. And the discount code takes money off the price for you, and it supports what I do, and that I appreciate. But that's the only way I really prefer to get support from you guys, is to get it when I help you save money somewhere, which is why we have codes for so many different SIs. I haven't checked in on the SI testimonials for Skytech for a while, but I'm thinking they're probably still pretty good. I got Bray on 3 tabs with an echo. Peter, you can right-click on the tab and mute this website if you don't want to hear the audio from YouTube or whatever. Yeah. They have a new customer stackable deal also, even more affordable. Thank you. Oh, it stacks with the discount? Very cool. My real friends think I'm cool before they ditch me with the bill. And that's... Do you think they're cool when they do that? That goes both ways. Goopy Az, what's up? Should I get an iBuy Power pre-built? I don't know. I mean, iBuy Power is fine, but I don't know what's right for you. That's why we have the form that you fill out that gets you on this list right here. You tell me some things, and then I will be able to help you. Because that question, I mean, maybe there's another SI that's better for you. It could be that the right system integrator for you is a boutique builder, not a high volume seller. And if you go with iBuy Power, then you're not. It's not going to really meet your standards or your needs. That's why we ask these things. But Drew, you're good to go. That was a quick one. We only helped 2 people last stream, so I'm looking forward to doing more. Hey, Peter, tell me how the echo is now after I do this. How's the echo sounding to you on those 3 tabs now that I have echo of my own? Just curious. Raythorn's master of PCs. You spec'd out 2 PCs for me. There are more knowledgeable people than me. I just have a particular set of skills, I guess. Okay. How do I get on the list? It's like I said, there's a link in the description. You click the link in the description. It's the first thing there. That was what I told you earlier. Zintech, what's up? Welcome. How's it going? A Cave and Peak is what it sounds like. Never played it. That works pretty well. Doing good. Glad to hear it. Rutu AFK for laundry. All right. I'll be here. All right. Toilet Wisdom. Get off TikTok and get back here. It's your turn. It's your turn. It's your time. It's your time. Words are hard, okay? I had a brain fart right there. But it's your turn. Toilet Wisdom. But TikTok is best for on the toilet. It's the most appropriate, I guess. I saw that Micro Center has the Meshify 3 XL now. That was bound to happen. Toilet Wisdom. Stop doom scrolling the brain rot. Get over here. Ethan Camo. I don't know if I said that correctly. Question. My GTX 1080 recently bricked, and I decided to get a 5070. My 1% lows are extremely low, and I have a feeling it's my i7 9700K is a mismatch in bottlenecking. Any recommendations for a CPU? Well, I mean, any recommendation for a CPU, Ethan, at this point is going to equal CPU, motherboard, and RAM. Because both modern platforms are DDR5 only, so you would be getting... you have to it's also a new socket. I mean, the 9700K is, I mean, it's long since been out of circulation. So Anton, thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. Guys, if you enjoy what you're seeing, if you're enjoying what you're watching, then please drop a like on the YouTube stream. Unfortunately, Twitch doesn't have anything like that. Well, actually, they do. It's called Prime subs. I'm kidding. I'm like never the guys. So you see some subs. Oh, we're gonna do a subathon. Yeah, give me your money, and that's fine. I'm not criticizing that. Those can be really fun, and that is how you support that entertainment, that entertainer, that person, that streamer that you enjoy. But I'm typically more like, it's okay, rather do the codes with different SIs. That's the way I like to do it. It's a little better for me. For my peace of mind. Gonna go do an Apple Fitness meditation. All right, Peter, enjoy. Steve, I once went to a job interview and forgot the word articulate. I'm good with word is what came out of my mouth. I didn't get the job. I just prefer the term well-spoken. I don't know why. But yeah, Ethan, basically, if you look at something, even something like, because I don't know what resolution you're gaming at, what kinds of games you're playing that are bringing you those 1% lows. If you're trying to, say, game in 4K, then the 5070 was not the right card to get. But yeah, I mean, it really, there are a lot of elements that could be in a system where it was of the era of 9700K and the GTX 1080. Then yeah, the rest of the system could use an update. But you maybe something like a 7600X or 9600X would actually be a solid upgrade over the 9700K. It would run a lot cooler, use a lot less power, and get a lot of better performance. But not knowing what resolution you're gaming at, if you're trying to, say, do professional esports practice and performance, maybe a 9800X 3D would be worth it. Also, if you're asking for recommendations, Ethan, and you refuse to give a budget for me to work with, I'm just going to recommend the most expensive thing possible because it's absolutely going to do the job. So that is why, over the years that I've been doing this, we've come up with a form, and that's what Stream Elements said right before your chat. It said, if you're looking for help, it doesn't say anything about upgrades. I know that, but you can use the form for help with upgrades as well. Here's my recommendation to you, Ethan, if you are still watching. Put together a PC part picker list showing all of your current components, everything you got, power supply, motherboard, RAM, CPU, GPU, you've already mentioned a couple of those, I know, CPU cooler, the case, everything you got. And that way I can basically work within that to have you get some upgrades. There's even a place in the form to put a link to your PC part picker list at the end, and there's an option to choose for an upgrade. So that is what I would say for you to do. What's up, Dodger Dog? How's it going? Red Ripper 9950X. RTX 6000 Pro, 1 terabyte of RAM. Okay, what about it? Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've done that before. It's fun. I've never had one of those, but I mean, I've done that. I've done the specking out the craziest system possible. Yeah. I think we messed up your meditation though. Notch Legend, what is your mic price? It's like $280 for the Super 55. The Shure Super 55. The thing is, you can't just plug this in with USB. You need an audio interface. You need an XLR audio interface. And that's where it can get expensive. But the mic itself is only $280, just about. Cal YT, do you think a Ryzen 7700X and a 5070 should bottleneck? We're getting a lot of these tonight. Doing what? At what resolution? Like, what? Should it bottleneck? I don't know. Here's a tiny bit of info. Give me an accurate answer immediately. And no, I'm not going to say hi or greet you or treat you like a human being. Come on. What are we doing? I'm getting a bunch of these tonight. Guys, if you want good answers, you need to ask good questions. I'm not, it's like I can't really help you if you don't give me the info I need. Okay, do you think a Ryzen 7700X and a 57 would bottleneck playing AAA titles at 1440p? No, not at all. All right, playing esports titles in 1080p? Maybe. You're going to be more CPU bound then. Sure. Get yourself an X3D chip. There you go. It matters. It matters. This is not something that is limited to this stream, this moment, this question that you're wanting to ask or that you have asked. It is never a bad thing to ask for help, and that's clearly fine, and that's understood here, and that's why a lot of you guys are here. That's good. That's how we learn stuff, right? But you need to ask the right way. You need to ask the right questions. And the funny thing is, as you're trying to figure out how to ask the right questions, you're going to accidentally stumble into the information you need in a lot of cases. Oh, okay. How do I ask about this? Okay, I need to figure out what resolution. Okay, well, wait. At that resolution, it's more CPU. Okay, cool. I already know my answer. And there you go. So, yeah, as 7700X could maybe cause an issue with slightly lower frame rate in Valorant at 1080p. Yes, Cal YT. Yeah. But it's not going to be something where it's not going to work. You don't need to be afraid of bottlenecks because no matter what you do, there will be some part of your PC that is the weakest link. You're going to be fine playing Valorant at 1080p with a 7700X. Could you get higher frame rates? Yeah, for a lot more money. Think about this. Something like a 7800X3D or 9800X3D, or if you live near a micro center, a 7600X3D, which would probably be the best answer, could get you 20% more performance for maybe 50% to 70% more money, maybe double the price. Is that worth it to you? If it is, then go for it. Goopy, what is better for gaming? A 4070 Ti Super or a 5060? 4070 Ti Super. Like, by a lot. By a lot. Vision, is there a specific SI you would recommend to create a build without a GPU, considering I have a 5080 in hand ready to be put in a PC? Yes, Power GPU does that, and they do it really well. I would go with Power GPU. And Vision, if you want to follow sort of the normal procedure here, that's the wrong button, but that's fine. Then you want to fill out the form that is linked in the description. I can absolutely do a part-by-part build for you on Power GPU and even provide you with a discount on it because they're part of our group of SIs that have earned the trust to where we have a code with them. So fill out the form so I know the rest of the information that I need to help you, and you'll get in line for free help where I can help you out. Is Toilet Wisdom back yet? I guess we helped out Drew pretty quickly, so I guess we'll move on past them. Okay, Notch Legend. I noticed that Notch Legend and Goopyaz are both on the list and are still asking questions. Wait till I'll get to you guys. Don't worry about it. Braxton, you got it fixed. Congratulations. Sir, I buy PC, so I need monitor. What? You already bought a PC? Is this monitor good or bad? Hold on. I must have messed something up. Hold on. I'm going to look. I need to look at the title of the stream really quick. I must have mislabeled it. No, it says find the best pre-built gaming PC for your budget. Doesn't mention monitors. I don't know. I've never owned it. I haven't reviewed it. There are monitor channels. There's actual channels that are dedicated to reviewing monitors. Is it good or bad? It's probably fine. 300 hertz, 1440p, IPS, sure. Don't give me the price though. Whatever you do not tell me the price so that I could figure out whether it's a good value or not. But you filled out the form to get a get a PC. So I guess I'm not helping you with the PC then. You already got it. So yeah, the monitor's probably fine. I mean, honestly, monitors have gotten to a point to where you can it's like almost like pizza. There are very few bad ones out there. So you're good. Okay. So that's settled. I guess next is going to be Goopy. Goopy, you're going to be next. Chris, welcome back. Sorry, my bad. I am going by PC. Okay, so you have not yet bought the PC. Am I understanding that correctly? You haven't bought it yet. And like I said, Goopy, I know you're asking about GPUs up there. You are next, so don't worry about it. Just relax. We're going to be helping out. Okay, in India. So I'm not sure how to make this work. I don't know what the deal is for that. For buying a PC in India. Might need your help on that. Okay, Notch, when you're going to buy stuff in India, I've never really worked with that. I've never been there. I've never shopped there. Do you just purchase it from Amazon? Is there an India-specific site or system integrator that you know of that I can look at for you to see if they're, if it seems legitimate? I am not sure how to approach a build in India. Hi there. Saw Battlefield 6 gameplay today, and I have to buy 2 copies that look amazing. Oh, Fowler, what's up? Welcome. Do you prefer DVI or VGA or RCA? What are you talking about? Display guy or monitors unboxed? It would be the best. Also, Tech Audit TV. I mean, back in the days, Peter, of DVI versus VGA, I prefer DVI. Yeah. Amazon. All right, let me see if I can work that out to where it's not going to dox me. Oh my God. See, here's the thing. I need to change my country or region, and it won't let me do that unless I'm signed in. Hold on a second. I hate Amazon. I hate it. Like, it's convenient. Sure. Man, I hate it sometimes. So now if I open it in incognito mode, let's see what it does. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do this one. It's no, hold on. I might be able to do this without. Okay, we did it. I did it. Never mind. I managed to do it. I got it. It's like Amazon is. It's like seemingly desperate to dox me, and I'm not down with that. So that's why I never look at Amazon on stream. Unless it's by accident. Okay, let's give this a shot. Now, the downside here, though, is that it's going to be a pre-built from Amazon. But we'll see what shows up. Oh, I don't know this. I don't know this currency. I panicked. I absolutely panicked for a second. Okay, so we have to double check the budget real quick. Okay. Now you listed a budget of 1,500 to 2,000, right? What is the actual maximum budget for your PC? Just a solid number, not a range. Just a solid. What is the most you can spend on just the PC? No. What do we got there? Now, if I'm not mistaken, with display, you're going to get the performance out of your monitor depending on the hertz of monitor you got. Sure, Peter, you got it. Okay, Notch, just waiting for an answer on that. What is your actual maximum budget for your system? 2,000. Okay, that's 2,000 US dollars. So now I got to convert that to, what is this currency? MRP. $175,358. $175,358. Okay. Is that correct on this? Core i7 3770? GT 730? Oh, no. Okay, yeah, but I see the price on it. It's really low. Okay. All right. Let's get closer to our budget. Sort by price, high to low. Intel i9 10th gen, 16 gigs, a 500 gig SSD, and a 3060. What? I'm so confused right now. It sounds like there's a lot of bad deals out there, I'm guessing. 4060 Ti. This is $2,000. This is 2,000 US dollars. And it's showing a 14700, maybe 14700K. It doesn't say, just i7 Core 14th gen. That's not even correct. i7 Core doesn't mean anything. It's Core i7. 4060 Ti, 16 gig. Okay. For two grand. There's Alienware. We're going to skip right past that. Dude, there's so much old hardware on here. Do they not like AMD over there? Now remember, guys, we got to look at the use case, though. Now, what you stated for your use case was gaming, streaming, content creation, and video editing. Toilet Wisdom, bro, I'm back. Bro, when is my turn? I was calling out for you for like 10 minutes. 5 minutes, maybe. But I was calling out for you. If you can maybe stay off the TikTok and hang out, you'll be next, okay? I'm sorry. I don't want to, take away from your doom scrolling time. But it was your turn. Someone else was waiting, and you weren't back yet. Dude, what am I? Okay, 5950X and a 3050. Talk about upside down. A 16-core 5950X with an RTX 3050? No. Now, to be clear, a 5950X for video editing is very good. But that's 5000 series. I mean, I'm not very good by today's standards, but by 5000 series standards, it was good. This is tough, man. Okay, let me see here. Okay, it doesn't like that. Stop it. Windows 11. Freaking get the freak. Ah! Oh, it's incognito mode. So, yeah, won't do that. There we go. Dude, Amazon for gaming PCs in India is not great. Good Lord. So this is I think a system integrator in India. So let's see. Gaming, streaming. Okay. They have specific use cases, which is cool. I love to see this, actually. Gaming and streaming PC, video editing PCs, stuff like that. Anything that's good for Adobe Premiere Pro should be good for gaming as well. It could be good for gaming as well, I should say. This is awesome, actually. It's really explaining the use case and why. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's going to look like a workstation, I suppose. Let's keep going. Let's see. It's looking better. 64 gigs of DDR5. 3060. Okay. 4060, 3060, 4060. Okay. And getting up to where we're bumping up against the budget, it has a 5060 Ti and a Core Ultra 9 285K. This is an 8 gig 5060 Ti and a $2,000 PC is not ideal. That is not good or not what we're looking for. Going a little higher, it goes to the 5070. But let me see if we can customize one. How about that? It's just a form. It's not a configurator. We can't customize a PC. Zeno, what's up? I want RTX 5060 Ti also. Hold up. Looking at your forum, you want to do this in 1440p. 5060 Ti, 16 gig. Sure, that can do 1440p. Yes. And you know, it's a nice amount of VRAM. I'm thinking maybe one of these systems that was a video editing system where they do focus on the CPU would be good. Let me see. You don't care about upgrading your CPU down the line, so we can go with Intel, and that's going to be better for video editing. Let me ask you this really quick. Notch, real quick. Out of gaming, streaming, and content creation / video editing, what's how does that line up in importance? Is the video editing the most important thing? Is the gaming the most important thing? Or is streaming the most important thing? How would you prioritize those? Weird question, but do you think the 5080 FE would look good Okay, if it's about looking good, that's going to be subjective vision. It's an opinion thing. But what's up? Hi. NXT GN, it's good. Okay, this is the first one that came up when I was looking at. Let's see if there's a place where we can customize a PC. Oh, so it's next gen. That's what that means. Okay, so this is the Indian side here. So you said this is good. I can't vouch for that. I don't know, but I can take a look at it. I like how they prominently feature the Wi-Fi antenna sitting on top of there. But yeah, Zeno, we're looking at for a viewer who is in India, so it's in Indian rupees. So yeah. Bro, when is my turns in the toilet? But I don't know why it wouldn't send. I tried at least 20 times. No problem. I'll wait. Take your time. Yeah, just hang out. I mean, you know, the thing about it is, even if it's not directly your turn and I'm not directly helping you, it's still, you can still learn stuff from hanging out. It could be good. Oh, wow. Okay. That's double the budget there. That's 40.90. All right. So what is good about this place? You're saying it is good. What? These are really expensive. I'm gathering that they're very expensive because it's all 40 series stuff. Previous gen 3060 on this one, and it's almost the full budget already. With an 11th gen Core i9, a 4 terabyte hard drive with a 1 terabyte SSD, and a 3060, it is 150,000. That doesn't seem good to me. They're still selling 11th gen. I don't see what's good about these guys. There's no Core Ultra 200S, and like it or not, that is currently the best thing Intel has out there. The 265K is my favorite CPU pretty much at the price. Yeah, the Wi-Fi thing is for Bluetooth too, right? Yes. I always come in to learn more every stream. I appreciate it, TL. Thank you. Vision, that case is already out. To what case? What are we talking about? But yeah, no, Vision, I don't know. Again, I can't really comment on what would be an opinion. I mean, I think that the FE cards look good in general. I think they look good. But the thing about vertically mounting it is it kind of defeats the purpose of the special thermal design, where how it's supposed to direct airflow. And instead of directing airflow sort of upwards against the glass or whatever to where it's not going to be back sort of recirculating into the GPU, it's going to be sort of sending it towards the motherboard, I guess. So I probably wouldn't vertically mount a 50 series FE card. They have very specific thermal design for those cooling solutions on there. Yeah, I probably wouldn't go that route. Whether it looks good or not, sure, it would probably look pretty cool. But I think there are cards that could look better vertically mounted like that. And then you wouldn't be sort of ignoring the purpose of the special thermal design. And if you're curious about that, look at the video that Gamers Nexus did with the Schlieren imaging on the 5090. It was very cool. Angel Salazar, is cleaning and dusting your PC once a month overkill? I would say so, unless you're in a very, very dusty environment. Once a month is overkill. I'd say every 6 months is probably about right. Most cards are designed to be horizontally mounted, correct? It doesn't affect things much on most cards. It's usually fine. Nah, not really. I don't know what to do with this. Like, you remember how these categories here were super helpful and it actually said, like, hey, what's your use case? What are you trying to do? Here it's like Core Ultra Desktop PC, which is good. We want to look at that, right? But then complete set, individual parts, next gen performance desktop, ultimate power station PC. What's the purpose of these? Like, I keep clicking on Core Ultra Desktop PC, and it's not showing me. This is all from 11th to 14th gen. What does complete set mean? I'm confused. I'm clicking these links, and nothing is happening. It's not even showing that the site is active. Let's reload it. This will turn into an X if it's doing something. I click these links and nothing happens. Open link in new tab. It just brings up the same thing. Yeah. I don't know how to shop here. What if I go to this? Let's read more about this terrible PC here. 11,900, maybe 11,900K. Nope. These are all old Intel systems. No, so I'm not going to go with these guys. Bro, can I send link of Amazon? I get one PC. I guess you can't send links actually. You can't put links in chat. You had the option to put a link in the form that you filled out, but you didn't do that. So let's see. We're going to go back to these builds here. And the one that's closest to the budget is this one. But the problem is that it is an 8 gig 5060 Ti. When you have a... Also, I think I asked you... Okay, so... Notch, I asked you earlier, and I do need you to answer this. You listed gaming, streaming, and content creation / video editing as the 3 things you wanted to do with your PC. I asked you, out of those 3 things, how do you list them by, like, what's most important? Are you really focused on video editing? Are you really focused on gaming? Or are you really focused on streaming? What's the most important thing? I'd rather they didn't do another form, Toilet Wisdom. A lot of the Amazon stuff I saw was pretty bad. Zeno, complete set could be full setup. It could be. Nothing happened when I clicked the link, so I have no idea. Web guy might have made a mistake. Feels bad, man. I guess. I don't know. Cryptronics in India has the latest AMD and Intel processors. Okay, I guess I'll look at another SI then, too. But this, I like the way that Elite Hubs is doing this. I like the way that they have all this whole range of PCs that are focused on video editing. And this is, if you tell me video editing is the main priority, you need a system with 64 gigs of RAM and a lot of cores in your CPU. And this has that. It's just I don't like the GPU that's in here. They should have the 16 gig 5060 Ti. I don't even know if they carry that because it goes right to the 5070 after that. Gaming and video editing. Okay. And you said specifically that you want a 5060 Ti, but I would not recommend a 5060 Ti 8 gig. So this says configure PC. So can we change the GPU? It says configure. There's no configuration. Wait, hold on. This comes with a 1 terabyte M.2 drive and a 500 gig M.2 drive. Why does it come with both of those? Just put a single 2 terabyte in there. This is, by the way, nearly $2,000. A lot of that money went into the 285K. Let me see. Let me look more at the, let's see, motherboard. MSI Pro Z890-A Wi-Fi. That's not a bad motherboard. Kingston Fury Beast DDR5 64 gigs 5200. They cheaped out a little bit on the RAM, although they did buy Kingston. That's nice, but the 5060 8 gig is really a deal breaker for me. 1 terabyte Kingston NV3, which is more on the budget side of things, but it still has good speeds to it. And then they have an additional a cache disk 500 gig NV3. I just wish we could configure something. So what was that other one? You said it was Cryptronics. Let's check them out. Okay. Close this one. They suck. Okay. All right. Bill, this is sick. Look at this. That's freaking awesome. I'm sorry. That's just really nice and distracting and very cool. I like that. Like, look, and just kind of like, look at how condensed it gets. That's so cool. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed that. India's fastest PC configurator. All right, cool. This is cool. Look at how it walks you through it. I like that. Now, looking at this again, you said that what happened here? Why did it go all the way up to the top? Okay. You said that you don't want to upgrade your CPU over time. Sure. So let's say, because you gaming and editing, we're going to go Intel for video editing, right? God, this site's pretty cool. I like it a lot. So purpose, look at this. Content creation and game. So we're going to pick content creation, and by extension, that should cover gaming as well. The processor, I would say the 265K. All right. Excellent CPU. Motherboard. Look at this. This is good. I like it. I'm pretty impressed so far. Let's see. Because you did say streaming, we do want to get a motherboard that has some decent I/O. Wait, what color did you say you wanted a PC to be? You want it to be in white. So, they got the Aero G, which the I/O on the Aero G is not amazing. But they have the Z890 Aeros Elite Wi-Fi 7 DDR5 ICE. Okay, so that should do it. Adds a lot. How much? Let me see. 29,990. That's $342. It's not the best price on a 265K, to be honest. And if we go with a 285K, it is not quite double that, but almost. We'll still go 265K. RAM, 64 gigs if possible. 64 gigs. DDR5. That's non-RGB. Let's see. You did say not too much RGB, so that's perfect. I don't think I would go with a 12900K in 2025. Bergie, yes, I figured that out a while ago. I did mention that in stream, but thank you for reminding me. So if you want a 5060 Ti, and then I would say a 16 gig, that should do the trick, and it's something you could upgrade down the line. SSD. I'd like to go with a 2 terabyte, but man, that's going to be tough. SN850X, 1 terabyte. Because we're burning through the budget pretty quickly here. No second storage. Cabinet. I wish we had pictures. That would be really nice. They have a lot of selection of cases. H5 Flow in white. That would do the trick. What's the price on that? Not bad, I think. CPU cooler. Okay, we'll go with... Remember that Deepcool is still able to sell and support products in India. They just can't do it here. Let's go with the white Deepcool cooler, 360 millimeter AIO. Power supply. Let's see. We're almost done. I don't know if I'll be able to share this build with you, though. Like, I need to be able to... You basically need to be able to follow along, I guess, if I cannot send you the link to this and have it be fully configured. Let's see. MSI. Okay. How much does this cost? Oh, we're a little over budget now. Damn it. And then there's going to be the... they got a trial version. That means Windows 11 unactivated, which is good. That's fine. Because if you go with Windows 11 Home, that adds quite a bit. So what you do is you're getting Windows 11 with no license. It's not activated. You can use it forever like that if you want. It'll have a little watermark in the bottom right, but here's a little trick you can do. If you have dual monitors at some point, make your secondary monitor your primary monitor, and it moves that watermark over there where you'll barely ever notice it. Right now, though, I'm going to have to probably look in here and adjust this because we're currently a couple grand over in Indian rupees, okay? Not in US dollars, because a couple grand is the budget for that. But this is a nice build. Let me just go over a couple things with you real quick, Notch. What's the reason I chose a 265K? I've got that right here. Among the top 3 CPUs for Premiere Pro, Adobe Premiere Pro for video editing, the 265K is one of the top 3. It's in 3rd place. Wait, that's Photoshop. Here we go. Right here. It's in 3rd place right here. It is half the price of the 285K, and the 9950X3D is, in some cases, almost triple the price, depending on the price you're getting locally over there, okay? But yeah, this CPU, it does perform better at twice the money. That's not twice the performance. And the 9950X3D is about the same performance for even more cost than the 285K. This thing rips for a very good price. Like, it doesn't belong here. It's punching above its weight class. Okay? In 9950X costs a lot more than 265K even now, and it beats it. So, yeah. The 265K, hands down, is the best deal on the market for a consumer-grade desktop CPU for video editing. There's no competition. Question, is there a price difference on the ARGB Deep Cool? I don't know if it would be enough, but that's some of the stuff I was going to look at. I was going to look at the cooler I chose, the case I chose, stuff like that. I don't know if they have the non-ARGB version. Not on a 360. This might be the cheapest 360. What's the price on it right now? $71.90. So if we go with, say, which one are we on? LE360. Yeah, it's the cheapest one. But we can look at some other ones. Like, let's see if they have Thermalright. They don't. They don't have Thermalright. What about the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3? It is more. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be Deep Cool. One thing I miss about Deep Cool, they made some really good AIOs. Like, everyone's all over Thermalright right now because they're making cheap AIOs for the North American market. That was Deep Cool. That was Deep Cool. Until a sister branch of the company messed up and sold a bunch of stuff to Russia. And then the U.S. government freaked out over that. And they were like, oh, yeah, well, you're, the North American branch, you're screwed because of what they did. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we can go with a 240, but I think for the 265K, I'd like to go with a 360. But yeah, just to be clear, that is how much? $71.90. That is $82. MSI Mag Core Liquid. I'm always hesitant to go with the Core Liquid after all the shenanigans with them dealing with Greg Salazar and how he had a lot of trouble getting them to be forthright. So yeah, they were having issues with buildup in the microfins on the cold plate, and it was not a good situation. Now, I really do want to give you 64 gigs of RAM. When it comes to editing video, capacity is king for your memory. And we also have a good speed on this. DDR5 6000 It's non-RGB. This is probably the cheapest kit of 32 gigs DDR5 6000. Like, there is no compromise in this system right now. The A850GL from MSI, very well reviewed power supply, 850 watts is more than enough, way more than you need actually. But you could easily go to a 5070 Ti down the road if you wanted to, or like a 6070 Ti probably in the next gen, and you won't have to upgrade your power supply. So that's why I put more wattage than you need. It's a little bit of upgradability there. But let's see if there's another version of the case here that's not the RGB edition. Nope, they only carry the RGB. So let's look for a case that's going to cost less. Maybe a matching deep cool case. How about that? Because the H5 Flow is 10890. We want a white case. Which one's the CG530? CG530. Is that the small form factor one? No, it's not. Oh, that's a nice case. Ooh, okay. That might be more expensive. Let's see. Deep Cool CG530 white. Well, that did it. Y'all want to see what that looks like? It looks like this. That's what that looks like, and it's half the price of the H5 Flow. Freaking Deep Cool. Come back to us. We miss you. And we're under budget now. We are now under budget. And this looks freaking sick, dude. Like, hell yeah. You have, like, obviously fans that are a bit derivative of Unifans, but they're reverse flow, clearly. And you have your exhaust fan as well. I don't know if it comes with 4 fans. So you don't get the bottom intake fans, but you can add those later if you want. But yeah, we did good. I would say we did good. So there's your build. Can I share link? Look at this, bro. Okay. Okay. Hold up. Bergie, you get full credit for this one. That was awesome. This site is sick. Like, this is great. I'm gonna share this. Link copied with selected options. I can make you a. I can't. Hold on. I have to. There's really lists out every option. I cannot share it like this. I basically have to try making a tiny URL for this. Because it literally lists out every option. So, okay, I'm going to give you this link. Tell me if everything populates properly. Notch, tell me if that works for you. Yeah, no coupon code for them. Thermal take would probably cost a little bit more, but they do have some really nice budget cases, to be clear. Geez, it must have been a coding nightmare. No, but they did a good job. I really like this. Oh, you're talking about that front page thing where it's just like, that could just be a script. It's already, I mean, get them off of GitHub or something. I don't know. It's a web plugin from some pre-configured thing. I don't know. Who knows? But it looks nice. But yeah, there's no coupon code that I can give you. I don't know this company, but I'll tell you. Cryptronics. As long as you guys got good customer support to back this up, the purchasing experience is fantastic. Like this system right here. I didn't even show you guys what the motherboard looks like. This is not a cheap motherboard. And that's going to help with the streaming aspect. Z890 Aorus Elite. Nice. You want to see what motherboard you're getting in here? I would love to show you. Fine, whatever. Here, let's go this way here. I don't know why I'm still in incognito mode. Look at that freaking motherboard. Hold on. Here you go. Now, we don't know what kind of GPU you're going to get. You might have a white system with a black GPU in there, and that's fairly common. Okay, really? You're not... Okay. There we go. But yeah, absolutely sick. What was the I/O looking like on here? It is pretty decent. So what you're looking at here, so let me explain to you really quick, Notch, how you're going to connect your stuff, okay? And if you're like, oh, what did he say about that? You can always come back to the VOD and see what I said here. But first off, remember, when you're connecting your monitor, you do not connect it here. You connect it to your GPU, okay? Now next, these are the four types of USB that you have on your motherboard, okay? You have USB 2.0, the slowest kind, but they're not slow when it comes to your mouse, keyboard, maybe a USB headset, wireless headset kind of thing. None of that. It's plenty fast for mouse and keyboard and stuff. But if you're trying to do like a capture card or a webcam or something like that, you're going to want to use a faster port like these. These are USB 3.0 or 5 gigabit per second. And that's usually good for something like an Elgato face cam or something like that. These are 10 gigabit per second, the red ones. And that's going to be like something for an external capture card or external storage. And then you have a single Thunderbolt 4 port. Thunderbolt 4 is extremely versatile, extremely powerful. You can daisy chain multiple Thunderbolt 4 devices. It's crazy. That's a whole rabbit hole that you might enjoy going down there. This is a 2.5 gig Ethernet. And this is the easy connector for your Wi-Fi 7. So this kind of has everything you need. If you need more I/O, you should be able to get yourself something like this right here. This is a PCIe add-in card that adds just a bunch more USB. Yeah. There's a bunch of different kinds. Just find the one you like the most, plug that thing in, and you're good to go. Jordan Ando, what's going on? Thank you so much. You're welcome. You are welcome. I am adding this site to my, where is it? Foreign SIs. There we go. It's very cool. Toilet Wisdom, yes, it's your turn. Yes. Sorry, Goopy. It's going to be after Toilet Wisdom. Since they did fill out the form earlier, they just weren't here for their turn. So you'll be after that. Hey, Barry, thoughts on Wi-Fi 7? What's going on? She goes, Bubby. Wi-Fi 7, a lot of people are not going to have the equipment from your system integrator. Like, it's not system integrator. Your ISP, your internet service provider. You're not going to have the right equipment for that unless you request it. You're like, hey, we have some Wi-Fi 7 devices. Can you provide us with a Wi-Fi 7 router or gateway if it's a modem and router combined? And for most people, you don't need Wi-Fi 7 necessarily because your internet isn't fast enough to really utilize it, but the communication between devices can be really good. But it's worth, if you have like the latest iPhone or the latest, Galaxy phone and things like that, they're going to have Wi-Fi 7, and that can be really snappy and quick to download, upload everything. So yeah, all good. Don't worry, I'm learning. Thank you very much. Can't stay long, need to sleep at some point, but wanted to share some PC news. I'm upgrading from 4090 to 5090 FE, which I actually managed to get for MSRP. That's a big deal, Jordan. Very cool. Toilet Wisdom says, I'm building on Amazon USA. Not if I have anything to say about it. What do you mean you're just doing that? We're doing PC part picker. That's what we're doing. You can buy from Amazon through PC part picker. I just complained earlier about how Amazon constantly wants to dox me. We're not using Amazon. Notch, feel free to come back and hang out anytime. Let me know. Actually, Notch, I'm going to ask you a favor right now. Please come back and let us know how Cryptronics did, how the experience was, how good the build quality is. Otherwise, it's hard for me to recommend them. So please let me know how that turns out, okay? And thank you for your patience as I dealt with sort of figuring out where to recommend you go. So yeah, Toilet Wisdom. PC Part Picker is better because you can basically see where the best prices are from different sites all at once. And I'm going to be doing it for you. So, it's fine if you haven't done it before. I should rewire my fan cables, to be honest. It looks mostly good from the front, but the fan cables are the only issue right now. Yeah, I like to bundle them up separately from all the other cables if possible. So if you have to mess with a fan or something like that, you don't have to unplug anything else. Also, Brish W, welcome. What's up? Thursday's been good, yeah. Okay, thanks for the feedback. Just upgraded to Wi-Fi 7. All right, yeah. What is your overall internet speed, your internet download speed? Excuse me. Okay, let's go. So excited. Happy to hear it. All right. Let's start a new build. Now, first off, a couple little questions here. What is your actual maximum number, budget-wise, okay, for your build? You picked a range of 22,000 to 2,500. What's the actual maximum number? Not a range. For your build, not including taxes, shipping, monitor, keyboard, mouse, any of the other stuff. Just the system. Okay, we're doing it. Oh, so you are building this yourself. So, okay. So you're looking for a PC in white. And you're gaming at 4K. Got it. 2,500. Cool. And to be clear, you are building this yourself. That's why we're doing PC Part Picker, right? So this is pretty simple. Gaming at 4K. Now, can you tell me really quick, if I may ask, what kind of games are we talking about? If you're gaming in 4K, I can't imagine you're playing competitive games. Like CS2 or anything like that, where you're really trying to get as many frames per second as possible. You're probably playing more AAA titles, things like that, right? I'll pull up on my phone and try to do TS. What is TS? Oh, you're talking about messing with your cables. Okay, got you. This stuff, got it. I only have the 1 gig plan with AT&T Fiber. I mostly upgraded to Wi-Fi 7 because I have a lot of devices at home hooked up to the internet, security system, TV, smart home devices, etc. Okay, yeah. And depending on like the number of antennas, all that stuff, the equipment that you guys have, because that can slow you down quite a bit when you have a lot of devices demanding updates pretty frequently. The Wi-Fi 7, if it's a solid router built into it, or if it's a separate one, it should be fine. Call of Duty Splitgate 2, I just play for fun. So if it's Call of Duty, though, we still need some CPU power in there, from what I understand. So yeah, I've got 5 gig fiber. I really want to get Wi-Fi 7 myself. I have Wi-Fi 6E right now. I also need to probably get mesh because it's on one side of my house, and I honestly know better than that, but I've never set up an access point, sort of a relay anywhere else in the house. I should. We'll start with the 9800X3D. I just don't feel like it's I wish they had the 9600X3D out already. It's rumored, or they've talked about it, or something like that. It's been leaked. One of those things. But we'll start with this. At $449, it's like $30 off, so that's something, I suppose. And then we'll go to the motherboard. The motherboard can be fairly simple, but we are building a white PC, so we want the motherboard to look right. It's got to match the aesthetic. Maybe. But yeah, we're gonna say B650 should do it. Maybe 7800. I mean, 7800X 3D. That's what I'm saying. We're going to start with the 9800X 3D. If we need to save some money, we can drop it down to the 7800X 3D if we need to. Instead of mesh, get a smaller house. No, I'm good. Thank you. Where am I going to put my freaking studio? You don't need a bedroom. What's wrong with you? Yeah. Okay, thanks. I had the BW320. They upgraded to the BW620 modem. Gateway, I imagine, because there's not like a separate router, right? But yeah. What am I doing here? Okay, let's yeah. But no, I've been on the 5 gig for a while. I probably only need the 3 if that's, I don't know if it's 2.5 or if it's 3. But I would like to stay on the 5 if I can. It's just it's a little pricey. It's a little pricey. I'm paying like $180 a month just for internet at this point. The thing is, I can justify it because I upload videos and whatnot, and I stream. I stream a lot. So, well, I don't stream that as frequently as full-time streamers, but yeah, consistently anyway. This is a solid-looking board. It's a little bit much for just a gaming PC, though, where you're not doing anything else. Oh, yeah, I just picked ATX. Let's go by price. This Asus B650E Max is probably the lowest price, but it looks a little... It looks okay. It looks okay. Like, the power delivery looks a little anemic here. And there's like, is there no, like, audio chip on the board? Like, this is all blank PCB. Holy jeez. They really stripped this thing down. Like, we don't need to do that. Still a $2,500 budget. So we're not going to do that one. But that one is a really crazy price at $149 for a white board. You haven't seen those in a while. That's a decent one. I guess we'll go with this right here. I think this looks pretty good. The Gigabyte B650 Aorus Elite AX Ice. The only thing to remember, I love stealthy looks. Back connect. That's, I mean, I guess they do have that. Yes, they do have that, but you have to get very specific case. If you go with MSI Project Zero, or if you go with Asus BTF, there's more cases that are compatible rather than going with Gigabyte. But you are spending extra money just to have your connections on the back, as long as you're aware of that. But yeah, they have the Gigabyte stealth stuff. It's just, it's very specific what cases it works in. A lot of case manufacturers went with a combination of MSI Project Zero and Asus BTF. So let's put in PZ here. Look at that. Okay, great picture. Thank you, PC Part Picker. This I think this is gonna look sick. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, that looks pretty sick. And the I/O is just okay. I mean, for a gaming PC, this is fine. You have dual 10 gig Type C. You have a 10 gigabit Type A port. You have a 5 gigabit per second Type A port, and then 4 USB 2.0. These are fine because keyboard, mouse, headset, things like that don't need fast USB ports. You do have 4 of those if need be. And you have 5 gig Ethernet and Wi-Fi, but I don't know if it's Wi-Fi 7. Let's find out. Probably. Let's see. Wi-Fi 7, yes. And it's upgradable because it's an M.2 Key E slot, so you can upgrade your Wi-Fi card later on. 3 M.2 slots. Let's see. Yeah, so there's 3. You can put 3 M.2 drives in there. Okay, so these do share bandwidth, I guess, but you're probably not going to be using those. It's just a strictly gaming PC. Yeah, I think this is a good choice right here. How much is this thing? $250. Hey, what the hell? Come on. Oh, there you go. There's your Project Zero motherboard right there. Just checking. Where is that? It's in stock like everywhere? Wow. Okay. Toilet Wisdom. May I ask why you already have a case and you didn't tell me? These are things that you do say at the beginning. It's not like I spent forever looking for a case, but I didn't know you had a case that works with Gigabyte Stealth. So, like, that's like, instead of saying, did Gigabyte make something stealth? Instead say, I have a case that works with Gigabyte Stealth motherboards. Like that would have, I wouldn't have wasted that time we just wasted. So you already own a case that works with the Gigabyte Stealth board. You forgot that you own a case that works with the Gigabyte Stealth board. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. So, guys, for anyone out there doing a parts list, I guess I need to say this. If you already have purchased stuff, that's what you start with. You tell me that at the beginning. Okay. All right. What is the case? Can you give me the model of the case, please? Because I need to include it in the list. I can just put it as already purchased. What's the brand and the model of the case? Welcome back, Peter. Okay. I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. The Susupt. Excuse me. Sorry, I shouldn't try to clear my throat live on stream. Why can't they name their stuff? They're really bad at that, and it's very annoying. But now I got to do a little research on this, make sure it works. So you've bought this already. You have it. Like you have it in the box, like ready to go. Is that right? It's a cool looking case. But let me look at what they say about. Oh yeah, that's pretty sick. Not gonna lie, very cool case. Terrible name, but very cool case. Compact dual chamber. Okay. What limitation do we have on GPU though? That'll be interesting. Fully supports standard ATX back connect motherboards. Which ones? All of them? From what we have been told repeatedly, like if it's BTF and Project Zero friendly, it's not necessarily Project Stealth friendly. But they don't. Hold on, let me see. Compatibility. Are they just okay? Now, if I may ask, Toilet Wisdom, what is the reason for specifically wanting Gigabyte Stealth over MSI's Project Zero or BTF from ASUS? Is there a specific reason? Because this apparently would support any of them. It supports all of them. And I found one that's $250 from MSI, a pretty good one. We can keep looking though, but I just wanted to see what if you had a specific reason. We'll go ahead and add that to the parts list and go and put this as Marcus purchased. There we go. Stealth. X70. Okay. There's a B850 Aero Stealth Ice. Let's compare this. Let's compare it to the one we were just looking at. That's better I/O, like way better I/O. So that's good. Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah, this is better overall. So yeah, no, I can support that. That's good. It's VR. Okay. They never just list it. In this part, you have to go to overview. Yeah, this is 12 plus 2 plus 1. Yes. Sure. Okay. All right. We're stopping for a moment. Toilet wisdom. I need you to now tell me what else to put in your PC. Tell me all the other stuff you've already decided on. Okay? I don't want to do this thing where because if you're going to do this where I suggest something and then you're like, actually, I want this instead. We're not doing that. Just tell me in chat what else you've already decided on and wouldn't change your mind. So just go ahead and do that. It's going to save us all a lot of time. You, me, and everyone else who's watching. So go ahead and tell me whatever stuff you already want that you're sure of. It's fine. And I'm not saying this as if it's a bad thing. It's good if you've already made decisions on certain parts, but you didn't tell me that. That's not good, because then you apparently planned on having me do the full process for each part and then telling me, no, I want this. It's fine. That's okay if you know what you want, but you got to front load that. You have to tell me right off the bat that, like, I know certain parts, here's the list. Or you can just type them in chat. But like having me do the work and then saying no, that's actually kind of rude. Just tell me what you already know you want and we'll save a whole bunch of time for everybody here. You have the RAM, you have the power supply. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's good to know. Now, I don't know if it's what I would have recommended. You can say what models they are. A 7900 XTX is I mean, it's an interesting choice because of the difficulty finding one. Unless someone found shipments lately. But I can take a look, see if they're around, if they're available. Let's see. But please tell me what RAM and PSU that you already have. Oh boy. So this build is a white build, right? So I would normally recommend a white GPU. The only 7900 XTX showing up on PC Part Picker is $1,400 for the ASRock Taichi OC. It's a Lian Li PSU and Patriot RAM. Okay, I need the specs on the RAM. DDR5, what, 6,000 megatransfers per second? What's the cache latency? These are the things that I look at when I'm making making recommendations, I should say. Making recommendations. I need the specs on it. Twitch chat is silent. No one's forced to chat or talk. You know, there's still 34 people hanging out in there. If y'all are just sitting and watching, that's fine. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm getting frustrated, but I feel like I'm having to drag out information here. And this is why I ask for, like, if you've already got parts or a list or whatever, please send that. I feel like I'm wasting everybody's time, including the person I'm trying to help. 6400 CL32. Good. Okay, cool. And I'm guessing that the Lian Li power supply is the Edge power supply, right? For a dual chamber case. It's all right, Alucard. That's why I said, you know, nobody has to chat. It's totally fine. What's up, Tanmay? How's it going? Welcome. It is unusual that Twitch chat is less active than YouTube chat, but I am helping somebody in YouTube right now. Okay. So for the 7900 XTX, have you already scouted one? Have you already looked for one? And also, why is that the one that you want? I'm sure you have a reason, and I just need you to share that with me. Just like I share my reasons for recommending specific parts. If you've chosen something, I'd like to know why, so that maybe we can talk about that a little bit. Just making a statement, not judging. No, I know you're not judging. Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. I think Google said that. Okay. What we can do instead of looking at Google's like AI responses or whatever, we can look at actual reviews. Okay. So you know what's better than... I guess they didn't have the 9070 XT in here yet. One second. Let me find that review. 9070 XT. There we go. Good Lord, that is way too long of a list. No, I'm not. Why is it playing? Okay. That's a very different chart because it's just that one card. Hold on. Let me look for the full review. Oh my God, this is really annoying. Hold on. Cool, cool. Love how Windows gives you 1 pixel to expand their windows. All right. So, RT average, 4K ray traced average here. Let's see. 5070 Ti, 9070 XT is lower. 7900 XTX is lower than that. Okay, what I was going to recommend was a 5070 Ti for this build. Because, you know, there you go. The 5070 Ti, it beats both the 9070 XT and the 7900 XTX. 7900 XTX is a 3-year-old card now. And if you want to pay $1,400 for a white version of that to match your build, go ahead. But that is like 60% more expensive than the 5070 Ti in white. So, this is why I do what I do. Gigabyte Aero OC to match your Gigabyte motherboard, $979 for the 5070 Ti. I was running, and I'm going to continue. I'm putting it back in soon. A 5070 Ti in the system that I'm streaming on right now. There was not a game in 4K that I could not run on it. It ran every game in 4K, very high settings, beautifully. If you're running them at low settings, it's going to do even better. I don't play RT. It doesn't matter. It's still going to outpace it. And currently, you can't get a at least color matched 7900 XTX for cheaper. So what does it matter? Unless you found one. Like I said, that's why I asked you earlier, did you scout one out? Did you find one? Now, this is RT performance. Let's see if we can find it. Well, this is RT. It's all ray traced. The MSRP part is wrong. Like, his MSRPs turned out to be BS on the 9070 XTs. I think if we go to, let's take a look at Gamers Nexus instead. Dying Light 2 4K. This is non-RT, I believe. 5070 Ti beating the 9070 XT, and the 7900 XTX is around the same performance, if a little bit more. So in this game, let's keep looking. Let's see. 700 XTX, 5070 Ti. Yeah, it's a little bit more. Okay. So instead of the, let's see, what price was it for the, let's see. 5070 Ti it's $979. If you want to pay the $1,400 for the white one, you can. If you want to get one that doesn't match the build, that's fine, because black and white is fine. I personally would go with a more modern card. It's a difference of like $50. What was the price on that before? It was $979. Yeah. But you can get one of these for, this one's $900. The ASRock Phantom Gaming OC. That one. That is the one that is $900. This other one here is more expensive. Every other card is more expensive. Toilet Wisdom, with all due respect, why do you want my help? You are zoomed in. Peter, can you see the prices? I'm aware of where I'm zoomed right now. But yeah, Toilet Wisdom, why is it you're excited about my help? I'm curious. When you say that you want a white build, I do my best to make that as color matched as possible. And there's not a 7900 XTX showing up on PC Part Picker that matches the look. So for a decent price, it's $1,400. That's 3/5 of your budget. So let me show you what this looks like on here. This is the card I'm looking at. And I'm just curious, why is it like the 5070 Ti is probably the best GPU out of all 50 series right now. What is it about this card that you're not looking for, that you don't like? I don't know if I'm right. I still don't know what SSD is good. Okay. Do you just want me to help you with an SSD? Because if that's the case, I'm doing that and we're done. If you want my help with everything else, I will continue. I can't make you buy any of this stuff. I don't care if you actually buy any of this stuff. What's going on is every step of the way you are stopping me. There are other people who want help. If you don't need help with a certain part, you need to tell me. I don't think that this is unjustified the way I'm reacting right now. Every step you're like, no. Google said this. I don't care. I've been doing this for freaking years. COD likes AMD. Okay. Buy whatever you want. It's your parts list. what was that? What was I looking at? 700X, whatever. Like, I don't care if a build takes a long time, but if you are directly causing that, that's not cool to anyone else who's waiting for help. You understand, right? Not telling me that you already bought parts, not telling me you want a specific motherboard, not telling me you want a specific GPU, not telling me you want a specific CPU until I've already selected. Like, I am an actual person, by the way, that is giving you free freaking help. Okay? If you gave me, you somehow managed to fill out an entire form and still hold back crucial information. Like, did CyberPower PC send you to just like haze me? What's going on? That has happened before, and it was great. It was amazing. Someone who came in specifically to waste my time. But that's what you're doing. That is what you're doing right now. Storage, SSD. There we go. Inland performance plus 2 terabyte. Done. Here. There's your list. Amazing. Amazing, chat. Amazing. All right. Change whatever parts you want. To quote Alf, people don't just make comments, they mean things by them. What's up, BC Murray? How's it going? I got my PC looking a bit tighter now. Nice to do a good bit of work. Nice, Zeno. Very cool. Hopefully we don't have that happen again. Same. All right. Toilet Wisdom username checks out. All right, Goopy. Sorry for that extra wait. You didn't need to sit through all that. Let's see. iBuyPower or any recommendations? Certainly. All right, so Goopy, what is your actual maximum budget for your PC? God, you know... If like someone was paying me for a service, they kind of have the right to waste my time a little bit. But wasting the time of someone who's doing it for free is malicious. That is maliciously inconsiderate. That's like the most selfish thing you can do in that situation. Is like seriously waiting for me to help and then saying, "No, Google said something else. I'm not going to do the thing you said. I don't care about your input. Why are you here?" Jesus Christ. So let's talk about your 2000. Okay. Gaming, pro gaming, esports, 1440p. Okay. Well, if you want boutique, iBuyPower is not usually the way to go. iBuyPower is a high volume seller. They're not going to give you the boutique experience. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily if you're looking for the best price to performance possible. But price to performance is the other option there, and you chose boutique. So let's go here. No. There we go. All right, let me close out this list. I don't want it anymore. I'm going to have to start asking people, like, if it's a parts list, have you bought anything? Have you decided on any parts yet? That's how frustrated I am with that whole situation. I think the worst thing that they could do is come back and ask for me to spend more time with them after they wasted that much time. And I certainly hope they don't do that. Okay, so we're looking at Alexander PCs. Alexander PCs is a boutique builder that offers things like lifetime warranty, parts and labor, some of the best build quality that we have seen in the community, period. And that is, and also some of the best customer service you're going to get anywhere. Now, do you pay more for those kind of things? Yes, you do. And that means some of your money does not go towards performance, but instead goes towards the ownership experience. That is what is bought and paid for with a boutique builder. Just peeking at ready to ship PCs real quick. 7600 with a 5070. Oh, what color did we want here? In black. Okay. Then it quickly goes above. Okay, so let's go to the gaming PCs category here. And let's look at, I think, the Legionnaire 2.1. Is that or the Centurion? I mean, there's a lot of good options here because you can adjust them. You can add things to them, sort of. But with this, we'll be able to adjust it a bit more. Now, looking at this, you said, no, you're not interested in upgrading the CPU over time. Because this is just for gaming, though, we're probably still going to go with AMD, but... see, 9070 XT takes it above 2200. Let's find a system that is going to start lower so that we can then go with a... Oh, they don't have the 9070 XT on that one. Okay. So go a little higher on the phalanx there. Okay, not there either. Dang it. Okay. I might not be able to do Alexander PCs. I'm trying to do a 9070 XT. Now, the 9070 can play games in 1440p, no problem. 5070 can do the same. And that does bring it just under budget. Oh, we had to switch to AMD there. Okay, well, never mind. We might not be able to go boutique on it then. I don't know. Also on Ethernet now. Nice. Had to wire an Ethernet jack for my rig too. That's awesome. So you didn't just run a cable. You actually put in a wall plate and a keystone jack on there. That's cool. Yeah, this quickly goes over budget, unfortunately. What can I do? The problem is if we go to a system like this, so what might be the right answer here is working directly with Alexander PCs to see what it would cost to put a 9070 XT in there. It can run on just a 9070, no problem. You can do 1440p on that. That's okay. This doesn't have an X3D option, but the 9600X should do just fine because you are gaming in 1440p, not in 1080p. So depending on the games, you did say esport, basically pro gaming / esports. So I was hoping to put, oh, this should do the job, I suppose. Let's see, RAM 32 gigs, DDR5 6000, fine, totally good. And if we go to 2 terabytes, that is still under 2K. What is that, recovery USB? What is that, $15? I have a $50 discount code, a $50 coupon code for this. So you don't have to worry about it if it goes a little over 2,000. But 9070 with a 9600X and a solid motherboard with a MSI MAG B650 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, 32 gigs of DDR5 in the correct speed, and 2 terabytes of storage, not 1 terabyte of storage. No, but we had to cut the end off it, but I will need to run it into the wall as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you ran it. Have a good night, Peter. Thanks for hanging out. What power supply goes in this? 750 watts is fine. Okay. Give me a second. I have an idea. Where are they? There they are. I've got an idea. We're looking at reactor gaming, and there's a very specific reason for this. There is a very specific reason for this. And that is, reactor gaming is, as far as I know, the only SI that can configure a system with the 7600 X3D, because they work directly with Micro Center. We're doing this. We got the Montec XR, absolutely sick case, very good for this build. 7600 X3D, perfecto for what we're doing. I'm going to try to see if we can fit a more Mondo GPU into this. 7800 XT, or they have the 7900 GRE. Pretty cool. Right now, it's with a 9070 already, and we're at 1649. Not bad, but we have other parts we want to upgrade to, as well. 9070 XT. There it is. Let's give it a shot. That brings us up to currently 1769. Gigabyte B650 Gaming X is fine for just a gaming PC. Totally fine. RAM 32 gigs, DDR5 5600. No thanks. We're going to go DDR5 6000. What did you say about RGB? Yes, but not too much. Well, I don't think that's too much. It's only $5 more to go to DDR5 6000. Now, I will say there is not a lifetime warranty with this one. They do have a solid warranty, though. But the fact that they're the only ones that can get the 7600 X3D reliably for builds, that's kind of a huge deal for a build like yours, where you're trying to do pro gaming / esports stuff, and we want to fit that the 9070 XT into the budget, and a CPU that can push esports titles really fast. We can also push it up to an 850 watt, 80 plus gold power supply very easily. I'm going to say this right now, guys. I am going to talk to TJ. I want him to bring back the configurator. Do y'all remember how many sick builds we did with that configurator on Alexander PCs? Man, but when there was, after 50 series launched and they couldn't get anything, he had to take it down. And he just hasn't brought it back yet. But yeah, 850 watt power supply. There you go. We're at 1794. I do have a discount code, by the way. So it's going to go down. We're not. Let's see. Let's go with a. Let's see what 2 terabyte drives we can put in here. SN850X 2 terabyte is going to push us up to 1899.91. They had a good configurator. He just needs to make more things for it. Just needs more. Yeah. Now I just need a cable manage my desk. Yep. That's the fun part, isn't it? This is why I love sit-stand desks, because you raise this desk all the way up as high as it can go and then just like lean back in your chair. I've totally done that. I really wanted to do Alexander PCs. It's just, this is at an odd point. Like if it was 2500 or 1500, I would have been more comfortable with it. But at 2000, it just wasn't quite right. So let me ask you this. Goopy, what's your favorite color here? These are free. Cable extensions are free. I mean, I know what I'm zeroed in on right now is purple. It's objectively the best color. But we're talking about your opinion here. What is your favorite color out of this list right here? It's always worth having more power than needed on a PSU unless it's a super. Yeah, pretty much. Xeno, red is part of purple. It is half of purple, which is appropriate since it's half as good. But yeah, it's a good color too. Red. Oh, well, sorry. Apologies. Sure. Windows 11 already included. The way that life can suck. Thank you for your first time chat. What's up? There's no pink. I'm fairly certain that if you just talk to Reactor Gaming for your build, you can request a specific color. These are just some that they've already got in stock. And yeah, they should have pink too. Yeah, no, it'll look good. Let's see. So, oh, the cooler, CPU cooler. We haven't picked that yet. I'd like to go with an AIO, please. Is it necessary for 7600X3D? Not really necessary to have a big cooler on there. However, what you're getting is socket AM5, which is going to have upgradability for quite a while. So if we put a big old honking cooler on there, you won't have to upgrade it if you upgrade your own CPU. So it's only $46 more to get the Thermalright Aqua Elite V3. It is $46 more. A 360 millimeter AIO that'll fit perfectly in that Montech case. Let's go ahead and do that. And that puts us at $1945.91, still under budget before my discount. What else did I forget? There's got to be something. If you want even more future upgradability without having to swap out your power supply, we could go with the 1,000 watt power supply for an additional $50. We would still be $5 under budget. That's an option. I put in a really solid SSD here. We have the Western Digital Black SN850X. It has onboard DRAM cache. It is a very fast, very reliable drive. They do have larger capacity. This is 2 terabytes also. There are larger capacities and faster drives if you go with PCIe Gen 5, but I'm not sure this motherboard supports that. For one thing, we would need to upgrade the motherboard if you want PCIe Gen 5 storage. I don't think it's necessary. No games are using direct storage, and we don't know if that's ever going to happen. But I would say this build is pretty much done. And by the way, it is a 3-year warranty on this rather than the lifetime one you get with Alexander PCs is really nice. But this, I would say, is a really well-spec'd system. And then 7600X3D is kind of the perfect CPU for any esports system. Now, let's see. So if we put this in the cart, hope I don't have anything in there already. Maybe upgrade to a B850 board if budget permits. It would. Here, let's trash this. Let's see what that looks like. B850. It would need to be within $50 of an upgrade. I don't see just a standard B850 motherboard here. It just goes up to X870 for that generation. Yeah. It's not an option, which is fine. How much is the mortar? Wait. That would have been on this end over here. I don't see it. There's no mortar motherboard here. Is it just me, or does Reactor Gaming need to kind of change the colors of their logo a little bit? The text of their name is not legible. I mean, if you're looking at it through the stream, probably not, because the video is being compressed to hell and back. It looks fine to me. I mean, it's not the clearest name, but it works. Yeah, I don't see the mortar on here. Unless you're looking at the board itself and it's just not listed, like by name. But no, the B650 Gaming X is fine. Yeah, I figured you said that because it was there. I guess not. Oh, I accidentally clicked twice. I hope that doesn't add 2 systems. It does not. Okay, so let's view cart. Why is there a monitor and not a PC in here? It's probably updating. It'll probably update now. There it is. Yay. Have a coupon? Yes. Let's see what that takes off. I always forget. That is going to remove. It might take a second to update. What I would like them to do is change this text here. You didn't even know that was there, did you? It is. All right. What the hell, dude? Is this another Shopify SI site? Because I'm getting tired of that. I can say, having seen a bunch of their builds at TwitchCon that year, I think it was last year, or last year. Having seen a bunch of their builds in person, I can confidently tell you that their build quality, their ability to build a PC, does far outshine their ability to build a website. So you can rest assured there. This seems to be having some issues. If this just brings back the monitor again, I'm gonna message him immediately. Coupon not working. Okay, give me a second. Let me message him. And will it do the permissions error thing again if I try to share the cart? Yes, it's doing the same thing. Okay. Goopy, here's what we're going to do. I am going to walk you through this. Smaller SIs, they're sometimes just going to have issues with websites. It's not uncommon. Hub mentioned some of the Gigabyte boards locking down power on their boards, budget boards, just to sell their higher end ones. For the 6-core, it's all good. But to enable full support for 12-core or higher, they said they will update the UEFI with advanced menu and warning. Okay. All right. So click that link. We'll go through this step by step. I do want to make sure my coupon code works, though. So first thing, you leave it on AMD, and we leave it on the Montech XR. As long as you like the look of that case. I didn't actually ask if you wanted a different style case. I probably should have. I'm sorry about that. But this is, you know, your fish tank style case, but not gigantic. It's not going to take a lot of horizontal space on your desk. There are some other options if you want to go spend a little more on your case, like the King 95. I'm on there? Okay. So I like the Montech XR personally. I think it'd be a good, solid, clean case for your build. I do find issues with Shopify shipping codes sometimes. I use GameSir and they use Shopify. GameSir controllers are amazing though, from what I've seen. Just waiting for my G7 Pro to come in. It's in the country now. That's always exciting. It might be okay. All good. Looks fine. Okay. Then you want to scroll over on the CPU and choose where it says Ryzen 5 7600X 3D limited time offer. Select that. And once you're done with that, you want to, oh, you said fire, not fine. Good. I'm glad you like the look. On the GPU, you want to scroll to the right until you see the 9070 XT right there. We're going to leave the motherboard as it is. On the RAM, you're going to want to go to the one just to the right where it says that where it's the RGB version there, Team Group, T-Force Delta 6000 MTs DDR5. Zeno, that happens to me every time I do a PC build stream or an unboxing stream. You know, I'm glad that you guys enjoy those, but I'm always left with a fallout. On the cooler, which is next, scroll on over to where you see the three fan one, the Thermalright Aqua Elite V3, plus $46, the one in black. Select that. On the power supply, go ahead and choose the 850 watt for $20 more. It's a really cheap upgrade. It's a good upgrade for that price. Then we're going to go over to, on the SSD, on storage 1, scroll to the right until you see this one, Western WD Black SN850X 2 terabyte. I love that they put the read-write speeds on these. It's so cool. Like, is it the smoothest running configurator? No, but it's just very simple, very straightforward. I would like for it to work, but to work a little better when it comes to the features after configuring. That'd be cool. But as for the presentation, freaking 10 out of 10. Red cables, as you know. And that's it. That's the build. So the code should be just my name, Braethorn. You can do it in all caps or lowercase. It should work. It might just be that I need to clear my cache in my PC. What the hell? I'm trying to type here. No, I don't want to mute knackers. Freaking Twitter sucks. All right. C++ is amazing. Thank you for the 40. Wait, what currency is that? Thank you for the for the super chat. I appreciate it. You give good suggestions on PC. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go, nerds. Excuse me. I don't know what currency that is. What is it? What is that? But regardless, thank you very much. It's showing a monitor. Uh-oh. INR, Indian rupee. Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much. C++ is amazing. I appreciate you. Fixed it, but the code is not working. I'm talking to the owner right now, so we'll see. If anything, they'll be able to apply the code after the fact. That should give you a nice little discount and help support what I do. But I let them know that you're getting a monitor in the cart as well. He said the code has been extended. The duration of the code has been extended to the year 2045, so it should be good. Yeah. Yeah, so Goopy, if the code just continues to not work, basically the PC is still under budget. You can just do the purchase and then email them and let them know, hey, I tried to use code Breathorn and it's not working. I remember when we first set this up, they set it as something else, and I just said, hey, can you set it to just my name? And I think they did. But try it in all caps or all lowercase or just capitalize the B, I guess. If you want to, it should just take a little bit off the price for you. Either way, this should be the perfect PC for you. This is going to cover everything you need. What I would like you to do, though, is, of course, share your experience. Now, I don't think we have anybody yet who has shared their experience in the Reactor Gaming SI Testimonials channel on the Discord. I don't even know if we have it there yet. I think I put it up there. But share your experience. The experience of communicating with them, getting your PC, unboxing it, setting it up, whatever, however you want to share it. People within the community can go in and read those. It's in the Discord, and it's a very, very cool thing to do as a community member, to share that with other people who are looking for not just my word on stuff, because you shouldn't always just trust some dude because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Other people who have actually bought give, I feel, more helpful feedback. We are going to be doing a system with them pretty soon, but yeah. I mean, that'll help too, because then I get to like see it for myself. But I did see a bunch of their builds at TwitchCon, and they looked really good. Thanks so much for your help. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Well, yeah, that's actually what I was saying, is that I probably need to clear my cache and just do stuff like that, and it would probably work. But whether he needs to do it or not, he's going to take a look at that. Always happy to help, though. I wish I could put a link in here, but I can't. So we'll just put Reactor Gaming Custom PC. You're welcome back, Zeno. Didn't know you left, but welcome back. Always happy to have you hang out with us. But yeah, Goopy, thank you also for your patience in waiting through that previous session. I think that might have been a little frustrating for everybody, but mostly for me, I think, but also also you as well, because you were waiting. You were next. You knew you were next. By the way, guys, I clean up in here pretty regularly. You might not be able to tell that, but I completely cleaned off this desk over here. Half a day later, it looked like that. There is whenever flat surfaces are not safe from me. I will put something on it. Worth it in the end. I'm happy to hear that. Kind of bummed out about all the amazing information on various Discords because they're not Google searchable. Tenmei, I don't know. That might be a good thing because then, I mean, it also means that it can't be scraped by AI, right? And so that's your info. A lot of your stuff up there, things like that can't be. Oh, I mean, it can, but it's going to have to be a dedicated Discord bot doing it. But if it was just all able to be indexed by Google, yeah, it would. Google would be scraping everything on Discord. How many people do you have? What's up, AB2? How's it going? So far, we've done 4 tonight. We've done 4 tonight. Well, 3.5. There was one person who didn't really allow me to help them. Now, Ethan, are you still here? Are you still hanging around? Because it's your turn now. It looks like they actually have a PC part picker list ready to go. We don't talk about that one person. Maybe we should. Not sure if this is a weird question. What's up, Jumper? But I'm curious, how does your camera move and follow you wherever you move? That's really cool. Well, I changed my name. I'm still here. Who is I'm? Who am I? Oh, well, that's the thing. Jumper. Is it Jumper? I'm not sure if it's the PH is F or not. Okay. I'll answer your question, but you might need to resubmit the form. I'm just a little weird when someone comes in with a different name and says, oh, that's me. That's me right there. If you wouldn't mind just resubmitting it real quick, that'd be good. But I'll also answer your question. But yeah, anybody could right now, if they didn't want to go through putting in the form, anyone could be saying, hey, I'm the next person. I verify based on what is in the form, unfortunately. So Tenmei, it's okay. It's okay. As long as I don't mind resubmitting it. It's not a long form or anything. But for the camera thing, I have my... so my camera setup is overkill for anyone who's also not a full-time YouTuber. Okay? Because the camera itself is a Sony FX3 cinema camera, but I also make YouTube videos, so I can justify that. However, I have it mounted to so I have a wall mount that sort of extends out from the wall and basically makes it so my camera won't shake like this does if I shake my desk, if I hit my desk, which unfortunately happens more often than I'd like to admit. I do get a little upsetty spaghetti now and then because of computer stuff. Jasmine DeBean, what is up? How you doing? Welcome back. How have you been? So on that wall mount thing, I have mounted a DJI RS4 gimbal. And, well, here, hold on. I'm going to do this. It'll stop. See? It stops. When you get the RS4, there's another smaller gimbal that I think if someone's going to get a gimbal for a smaller camera, like a standard mirrorless camera, the RS4 Mini is a great option. It's just you can't mount it to anything like I can with this. But it has this little DJI camera, dedicated camera for face tracking. And I ordered that. Even though it's not for the RS4, it works with it. It comes with an adapter for it. And then I just click that right onto the gimbal. It's already there. And then I just hold up my hand, and now it's following me. So why the heck would I do something like this? Well, as I am returning to consistently uploading YouTube content, I have reviews and things I need to do that are not just going to be me sitting down and talking. And I don't have a camera person. I'm a one-man show other than editing stuff. So with this, I can be unboxing something, walking around, and it looks like somebody's following me with a camera. I can also take this, because it's a portable gimbal setup, I can take this with me, mount it to a tripod, and have the same effect at CES or Computex. Before I did this with a DJI Osmo Pocket 3, but this is a much higher quality picture than that. It's much higher quality than the Osmo Pocket 3. I still like the Osmo Pocket 3 for filming shorts and stuff. But on the RS4, I can also mount my camera vertically, so it's like, I don't know if I need the little camera anymore. It was nice to not carry around too much weight, though, so I might still use that for some days at certain events. Still counts. Love what you do. Thank you, AB2. I appreciate you. And there's our new form, and as it should, everything is matching. Here's another thing that you might like, Jumper. If you like cool things on stream, check this out. So I have the Stream Deck pedals so that without using my hands, I can do stuff like this, right? Without using my hands. The pedals are cool. But see, now I'm not going to be using the pedals. I'm going to back away, and I can also do it like this. All right, hold on, there we go. On my mouse, because Corsair owns Elgato, and they made it to where one of their mice, the MMO mouse right here, the Cementar Elite Wireless SE, all of those buttons are now Stream Deck buttons. That's another cool little trick. And if you're already going to be getting a mouse like that, well, now you know you can do that. It's a really interesting, most likely expensive, yes. And cool setup. Thanks for telling me about it. Also, I resubmitted the form. I did see that, yes. So we're going to help you out now. I'm too zoomed in. I don't mean to be that zoomed in. Sorry. There we go. Okay. I'll show, I will show my setup once I feel happy with it. It took a really, really long time to do that with my previous house and that setup. It took forever for me to feel comfortable sharing that. But now you can see why, Jumper, why I like this. The tracking thing, because I can have a closer up and narrower face cam when I'm doing desktop stuff, and it will follow me. I'll never be out of frame. But I can't do stuff like this, like hold up my hand like that, because then, unless I intend for it to stop following me. Look, ma, no hands. Oh yeah, absolutely. Rewiring my PC also made it run quieter. So maybe when I did that last time, I didn't plug the fan cable in properly. Could be, maybe. Okay, so we already have a PC part picker list. Let's go take a look. That's right. This is the upgrade. This is the upgrade. And you actually, yeah, you selected upgrade. So good, good, good. Okay. And you're trying to do just gaming at 1080p and streaming. Okay. And it's not, so we're doing PC, yeah, we're doing the PC part picker list. Thank you for, you did so much here. Look at what you did. You did a lot of stuff. Jumper, you did, you know what? Absolute props for actually piecing together the whole PC part picker list. You have all 3 storage devices listed here. You got your, yeah, you said 5070 before, right? Yeah. Your 5070, your case is the H7 Flow. You must have recently gotten that. Also, so we don't get confused, I check-marked Wi-Fi motherboard, even though I currently don't have a Wi-Fi motherboard because I'm planning on getting my own apartment soon, and I'm just not sure if I need it. Oh, snap. Here they come again. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The reason I said that, I need to automate a little bit more. But we just got raided by Hack Smarter, raiding with a party of 60. Let's go, nerds. Welcome, 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 Hack Smarter and co. Thank you for trusting me yet again with your community. It absolutely means a lot to me. Thank you so much. What the heck was that? Why did all my desktops just showed for some reason? But yeah. How are we doing, raiders and hacks? Guys, this is the second time in 2 streams we've gotten a raid from Hack Smarter. Please drop them a follow on Twitch. Now, of course, if you, I appreciate you bringing your community over here. By the way, what's up, Cardi Bach? Welcome. I hope I said that right. It says he wishes he could chat, but is not able to. Wait, is it the phone verification thing? is it a hack smarter thing to not do phone verification and then you didn't do it? Okay, it's because I've gotten malicious raids before. I've gotten maliciously raided before, and you would be surprised at just how much of that is stopped with that method of authentication there. He said he did. Well, Sozo, thank you for passing that word along. I guess I could turn that off for a bit. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Settings. Moderation. Hold on. Okay. 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 Try it now. Yes, there you are. Welcome. And now I understand why you were here, why you didn't say anything last time. I certainly don't want to make it to where the person rating me can't say anything. But again, thank you again for bringing your community in. What was I going to say? Now, of course, if you are like, you just finished streaming, you got to take a screen break, go grab a snacky, do whatever you got to do, totally fine. But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't let me chat. I'm verified and even monetized here on Twitch. Must be some setting on my end broken. Yeah, all I did was turn off phone verification. And it wasn't even where all chatters needed to have it. I had it set to some chatters must have a verified phone number. First time chatters in the channel is one of them, but this wasn't your first time chat. Or accounts older than a week or following more than a day. You qualify under all of those. I don't know. You know what? You know what? It is follower only chat. No, isn't it follower only chat? No, it's not. It used to be. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Well, I can't help you there then. I could not have. I felt so bad. I now am hoping to transfer that directly right back to you. There you go. No, you've just rated with 60 people and I super appreciate it. Yeah. Jesse F. Moore, welcome. I do appreciate you coming along with the raid, if that's indeed how you got in here. And raiders, again, if you are, if you were here before, awesome. You already know my whole thing. If you weren't, what I do is I seek to be the gateway for those who want to get into PCs. So if they're like, I don't know what to buy, I don't know what gets, is this CPU, that GPU good? I then make them ask themselves more questions, provide more info, and I help them find the right pre-built or parts list for a DIY build. Either way, and I help one-on-one for free. It's called PC Matchmaking, and that is what we do here. Other than Sundays, where I just do a gaming stream, and a few people come out to hang out for those. Bottleneck, what's up? How's it going? So that's what I do. We talk PCs. I yell a lot about computers. I hope you're okay with that. That's just part of the fun, of course. So also YouTube chat. I apologize. Of course, we did get a raid over on Twitch, and I needed to recognize that and thank them for that, and address the new people who came into the stream. I couldn't find my case. It's not the correct one. I have the Asus A31. Okay. H7 Flow is just because I couldn't find mine. That's fine. For some information, just because I couldn't do down both, but I do play other games in 1440p. Still zoomed in, aren't I? No, that's zoomed in. Let's zoom out. How about that? There we go. All right. But yeah, there we go. 60 hackers all rating, so Twitch got scared. Hack Smarter, I was actually wondering if it was something maybe with your username, with your handle being Hack Smarter, maybe they're like a little more strict with you, but then you were like, oh, I'm just not following. That would do it. If 1440p is 2K, it's not. Is 1080p 1K? It's not. The reason that 4K is it's that's when it's measured horizontally rather than vertically. 1080 pixels vertical, 1440 pixels vertical. 4K is more along the lines of horizontal, but even then, it's not 4000. It's dumb. It's very dumb, but it's sort of universally accepted. And I probably don't even have my facts straight on that. But like, it's just, I just know 1440p is not actually 2K and 1080p is definitely not 1K. It's 60 hackers all rating, so Twitch got scared. Yeah. Well, we know at least one is a hacker. And 60 enthusiasts at the very least. Also, are gigabyte monitors any good? I mean, some are going to be good, some won't. Zeno, my general recommendation, if you're looking for a specific monitor, see if it's been covered on rtings.com. Generally known, I believe, is ratings.com, but it's just rtings.com. Look for that specific model on whichever one you're looking at. But generally, gigabyte monitors are pretty good, yeah. Kind of like with Alienware. Alienware PCs, Alienware monitors, oh yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, I do both 1440p and 1080p. I've been playing 1440p. I'm doing very good in FPS. On 1080p, I feel stuttering, and I'm getting hitches and really low FPS for a 5070. That's probably going to be due to your... I mean, you do have an older CPU at this point. Now, the 9700K was pretty rad. I'm not going to lie. It was a pretty rad CPU, but it's getting a little long in the tooth. So that's the whole purpose of this, is we're going to be updating you to a new CPU, motherboard, and kit of RAM. So that's what we were doing, guys. What we were in the middle of, for the raiders out there who just came in, what we were doing was this. We are looking at... No, that's the wrong... There we go. Okay. We're looking at doing whenever someone fills out the form, the information goes here, and it's either a parts list for a DIY build that we're putting together, I'm finding a pre-built PC that suits their needs and budget, or we're doing an upgrade. And that's what we're doing right now. And when we're doing an upgrade, the person I'm helping can put together a PC part picker list with all their parts. That is super helpful to me because I can then look at everything, see if there's anything lacking. Like I know we have a Corsair RM850E right here for the power supply, which is adequate for this 5070. We know that it's going to be able to handle that. We know they didn't upgrade their GPU while not having enough power supply to back it up. Northern Lights, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Everything is going pretty well. Peyton Leanne, how's it going? I'm sorry I missed your chat earlier. There was a raid over on Twitch, so I was... hey there, I was a person after Jumper on the forums. I have a pre-built from Skytech in mind, but I'm just wanting to make sure I'm getting a good setup as my first dedicated gaming desktop. Did you link it in... Okay, I should put that if you have a PC you want, you can link it, but we can find it together. Peyton, but that's we'll help you out as soon as we're done helping Jumper here. Let me go ahead and mark this in purple, and I know you're here, so I'll mark that in purple as well. Alucard, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, bud. Okay, it looks like this monitor is the best QD OLED at this price point. Did you see that on rtings.com? That's generally where I'll go, but also there are other content creators who cover monitors a lot. Monitors Unboxed. And who was it that Alucard mentioned earlier? I can just scroll back up and see it. Oh man, chat. Raiders, y'all missed it. Earlier I had someone in here who was absolutely the one. Like, I try to keep a level head whenever someone's being a little bit frustrating, but this was like every part I was suggesting. They were like, no, I actually already bought this. I was trying to do a parts list. They had already bought half the parts or so, and they didn't tell me ahead of time. And then for the parts they hadn't bought, all they wanted apparently was help picking an SSD. That was it. But they had me I was halfway through doing an entire list by the time I found that out. It was good and frustrating. That was a good one. I can't find where. There was another recommendation for a channel that somebody made. I think it was Alucard, for a content creator that covers monitors. But Tech Audit TV or Monitors Unboxed are generally some good options there. I saw it on there. It wasn't an official rating, but someone from the community said it's a good entry-level monitor. Okay, sure. The Asus Strix 4K OLED is really good. It's around 1K, but the picture is insane. Well, that's OLED for you, yeah. Also, what size is that? Asus Strix 4K OLED. Is it a 27, 32? What are we looking at? Feel free to also give me a recommendation for CPU cooling as well. Not sure if it matters too much, but is my Be Quiet cooler going to be enough? Generally, when it comes to how much heat output there is, a lot of modern CPUs are going to run cooler than your 9700K. Yeah, that's a really hot running CPU. I'm surprised that you're running. Well, I mean, the Dark Rock Pro 5 is a beefy air cooler. To be fair, this thing is a kind of a monster. So you can pretty much run almost any CPU under this thing, and both 9000 series Ryzen and Core Ultra 200S Intel CPUs, both companies focused on running cooler and lower power draw. A lot of people forget that about Ryzen, the 9000 series Ryzen when it dropped, that their thing was the same as Core Ultra 200S. They were like, we made a point of focusing on better efficiency and lower and better, lower heat output, all this stuff. And then Core Ultra 200S was like Intel finally listening throughout all from 9000 or from 9th gen, even earlier, up to 14th gen. Everyone was like, less power draw, lower temps, please. And then they did it. And because X3D was still dominating the charts, people freaked out, even though Intel gave everybody what they wanted. Whatever. I don't want to go over all that again. I'll do it, but I don't want to. Anyways. Sorry, the Strix is 27-inch. But Outlaw of Torn, how you doing? AB2, the more info people give to you, the more you can help them, but many often just want you to just know telepathically. That is my existence, yes. But yeah, no, this is a really solid cooler. You made a very good choice there. Appreciate you, sir, but I have to get back to work. Have a good one. Sozo, thank you for hanging out for a bit. I appreciate it. And I hope to see you in here again sometime so we can chat PC stuff. I have a GMK Tech K8 mini PC with 16 CPU running Proxmox. Okay, you're running Proxmox. Okay. I want to run a CTF with 10 windows and 10 Callis, but 16 CPU Redlines CPU. What is your suggestion for only getting more CPU that can be additional computers with CPU and cluster them? Jesse, I will say for one thing, I am already in the middle of helping somebody, and you asked a very in-depth question. And that is somewhat out of the scope of what I normally do. Mini PCs, for one thing, not something I really go into. I generally look at standard desktop PCs so that people who are my general audience, which is people who are just getting into PCs, will have something that if they want to get into PC DIY, they have upgrade options. And a lot of mini PCs are not really going to offer that, aside from maybe some SODIMM memory and adding a 1 or 2 M.2 drives, right? But that is a really interesting question. Like, I would love to discuss that. It's just a little outside the scope of mostly what I do here. But like that sounds like a sick setup though. Like 10 windows. Okay. 16 CPU, Redline CPU. What is your suggestion? Okay. Like, for me, it would be fun to sit down and try to figure out how to optimize that setup. But the thing is, what I focus on in my content and in my streams is that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. Maybe that. Here, we're zoomed in here. What I focus on in my content and my streams is the audience that largely gets left unhelped. Because if you look at like 90% of PC-centric YouTube content, it's DIY. And that's great. But that's like maybe 20% of PC hardware sold per year, 20, maybe 25%, maybe, goes towards DIY and other things. 70 to 75% is pre-builts. And they get like 0 dedicated pre-built content. So that's a lot of what I focus on, say on YouTube. And here, it's more direct, where I'm individually helping people. But that would be a fun thought exercise for me. It's just, I'm rusty when it comes to stuff like that. I really wanted to get into mini PCs and also home lab. I didn't because I found out that like, oh, there's a whole underserved audience out there, and I started focusing on that. And when you dive into something content-wise, it has to be like your whole world, because you will fall behind otherwise. And there's been so much going on in the pre-built industry, and it's crazy how critical it is for PC technology at large, because there's a lot of innovation that happens there. I mean, look, height wouldn't exist if not for iBuyPower, right? And height made a huge splash when it comes to chassis and PC cases. You go to, I went at Computex last year. It was insane how many height copycats there were. And I was like, this case company would not exist without a pre-built company. How freaking crazy is that? So it deserves the attention, I think. Okay, so here's what we're doing. I'm going to edit this parts list. I agree. Keep up the good work. Absolutely. And, you know, when I'm not actively helping somebody, I am absolutely open to discussing some of that stuff. Who was I talking to about Proxmox and stuff? I think it might have been the last time I was... It was someone from LTT. Was it at the Corsair thing? I don't know. It was... Man. I don't know. I like discussing that stuff. It takes me back to like my sysadmin days. But those days, man, they're a depressingly long amount of time behind me. I need to sharpen my skills. Okay, I'm editing this parts list. We're going to swap you out, and we're going to move you, I think... Let's think about this. Considering your use case is gaming and pro gaming / esports and streaming, you can do that with 8-core, 16-thread AMD CPU. The thing is, you literally put here, when it asks, do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? You literally put no, when upgrading your CPU is actually what we're doing. But the reason that this is important is, do you want to make it easier to upgrade your CPU later? Because right now, we have to upgrade your CPU, and you're having to upgrade the motherboard, RAM, all of that. So if we go AM5 and switch you from Intel to AMD, AM5 still has years of support coming. Unfortunately, although I really like the 265K, it's kind of my best, or my favorite CPU on the market right now in terms of price to performance and versatility as that combination. Intel, while I'm here trying to sing the praises of one of their products, they're also pulling the rug out from under me and themselves, because apparently their next socket is this socket is not going to get a full second generation of CPUs, just a refresh. They're already moving on to the next socket. Those absolute idiots. Like I don't know. We need competition. We need competition in the CPU space, and words are hard. Sorry. And they're just throwing caltrops in front of themselves and being like, why is it so hard to make progress? I'd like to get another 5 years out of the next. So let's go AMD. All right. Let me put it to you this way. Okay. AMD, when they launched the AM4 socket, said that they would support it up until 2020. They're like still releasing CPUs for that socket. They won't stop. I don't get it. 5 years after the fact. Maybe 5. They definitely were releasing CPUs last year. So 4 extra years of support is insane. And it's really crazy what AMD can make happen with a fixed number of pins when it comes to increasing performance from one generation to the next. It's really crazy. So though it might mean, and I know this is going to be annoying for you, it might mean installing a fresh OS, reinstalling Windows, moving up to Windows 11, all of that. I think monetarily, Like, it makes more sense to just move over to a platform that is going to allow you to make upgrades years from now. Okay. And that's going to be, according to AMD, who said support for AM5 up to 2027 and beyond is what they said. According to that, AM5, socket AM5 from AMD makes more sense. It just might mean having to put a, wait, I was planning to upgrade it now and then wait until I'm forced to upgrade again because I did 8 years in my current build. It's okay. Putting no there does not mean you're screwing up. It's okay. I just thought it was funny. Is AMD better for gaming generally than Intel? Well, you're gaming at 1080p, so yes, if you go with something like a, I don't know if it's going to be within budget, but if you go with a 9800X 3D, yeah, that is the top gaming CPU on the market. Like, hands down. I wish, well, actually, no, because you want to do streaming as well. So the 8-core 16-thread can be very useful for that. So, yeah. By the way, I want to say real quick, some follower thank yous. Carterbuck, thank you for the follow just now. Silent X EV, thank you for the follow. I was just actually replaying Violet today and hunting some evolutions, or just trying to get them to happen myself. Yeah, one of my favorite Pokemon. Sky the Cow RG3, thank you for the follow 16 minutes ago. Hack Smarter, thank you for the follow 19 minutes ago. And Driftobetic 91, thank you for the follow. And Scourge Straight, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank all of y'all. I hope AMD will put out 10th gen X3D on AM5. It's not really 10th gen if you're thinking about going from 9000 series Ryzen, because the last standard consumer desktop CPUs were 7000 series. Then they went to 9000 series, and 8000 series was some kind of an in-between mix of mobile CPUs, I believe, and like APUs or like more budget-oriented ones, things like that. Anyways. But the main line, like the sort of yeah, going to be it was 5000 series and 7000 series. It doesn't mean that there have been 7 generations of Ryzen. That's actually, we're on Ryzen 5 right now, or Zen 5. Next is going to be Zen 6. Confusing, right? But it's 9000 series, Zen 5 cores. What? Well, then we're guessing it's going to be 11,000 series. That doesn't mean it's the 11th generation. It's just a number. And AMD, not good at naming stuff. I think we can all agree on that. Waiting for Height Y70 Snowblind S case. They already have a screen in the glass, Nakey Jakey. What more do you want? A see-through one? Like that's ever been done. There was a Snowblind case, and that's what it did. And it was not that easy to see. You had to have pure white RGB on the inside, or not pure white LEDs, in order to see anything, because it was essentially an LCD with no backing on the glass. It was pretty cool. Too bad the airflow was terrible. Just to be clear, my budget is also like 600 to 700 USD because I'm in Canada. So I was thinking max budget of 1,000 Canadian. Right. I didn't ask that initial question. So that's right. So we're doing PC Part Picker, and I'm looking at United States. We need to be looking at Canada, not Belgium. Stupid. It puts Canada in front of me, and then it's just like, just kidding. Canada. There we go. So what we're going to do for the parts you're not replacing, we are going to mark them as already purchased. Mark as purchased. Okay, the motherboard we're going to replace, the RAM we're going to replace. Okay, this is the Kingston NV3 your boot drive right now, by the way? That is your boot drive, right? I mean, they could be worse. Naming the lowest end model Pro. Well, that's perfectly acceptable. Faitland, nah, let's look in Belgium's currency for funds. Yeah, for funnies. Well, I'm just going to pick whatever the highest number is, 10 May. It's fine. Okay. Let's just mark all these. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. Mark is already purchased. Already purchased. Already purchased. So that way, the budget is just going to be for the... Why is it so much? Oh, it's Canadian. That's right. Okay. Already purchased. Okay. So as it stands, if you were to buy a 9700K, it would be 609 Canadian dollars. Good Lord. The NVMe is for my games. You're running your OS off of a SATA SSD, please upgrade that. Like, if you're gonna have to reload your like put a fresh OS, you get rid of both of these, because like part of your budget could go to a 2 terabyte SSD very inexpensively. But we'll see what's left at the end. So let's change out the CPU. And we're going to try... Okay, we got to take off the compatibility filter. Maybe the 7800 extra... Man, that is a lot. But it's... I know it's in Canadian. I know. But X3D costs a lot. Now, because you're not doing anything other than just gaming, and you probably wouldn't be overclocking it, I think... I don't think the extra $138 or $128 for the 9800 XTD is going to be worth it. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it could be worth... Okay, I already read that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Clone that drive to a new one. I guess. I mean, if you're going to reload your OS anyways, just... I don't know. We'll see. Half of the budget going to the CPU is a lot, but let's just see how this turns out. What do you mean? Oh, hold on. We have to delete. Let's delete these two things right now. Delete and delete. That should go away. There we go. Now we want a motherboard that is going to give you some decent I/O, because streaming, right? When someone tells me they want to stream with their PC, I try to put as much USB in there as I can. But what you might end up having to do, because we're putting a lot of the budget into the CPU, because 1080p gaming, you know. Isn't Belgium on the Euro? I think so. I believe so, Eric. Okay. I don't know. Oh, that's what I was going to say. What we might need to do is have you add one of these. If you're setting up your stream and you eventually get, I'm going to get a stream deck, maybe the pedals, because then I can, without my hands doing it, showing anything, I can do stuff like change scenes and do other stuff, because it's basically a 3-button stream deck for your foot to just press. You can, if you get more and more USB devices and you need more ports, you can get yourself a PCIe add-in card like this that adds a bunch of USB, and there are different formats of it that give you different speeds. This one gives you 10 gigabit per second on the USB Type-C, but it requires PCIe X4 or PCIe by 4. So some require by 1, just a PCIe X1 connection, and some motherboards provide that only on a certain port or whatever. If you have a capture card in your other good one, and then you have whatever. There's a lot to it. But a card like that's like $30 US. So that means we can focus more on getting you just a motherboard that can power the 7800 X3D without any problems. This one here is $289 for the Asus Tough Gaming B850 Plus Wi-Fi. Let's take a look at it and the I/O it comes with. Like, that's not bad. Actually, this is pretty good. Asus, this is not usually what they do. They're usually very, very stingy with I/O. But here you have 9 USB Type A's, and most of them are fast. The slower ones here, where it has a black plastic tab in there, that's USB 2.0. That's going to be for like your mouse and your keyboard. That's plenty of bandwidth for those. But then the rest of these, external capture cards, things like that for the 10 gigabit per second, things like Elgato Facecam or other sort of less demanding devices, but still need a faster connection, would go into the blue ports here because those are 5 gigabit per second. And you have a 20 gigabit per second USB Type-C, 2.5 gig Ethernet, and Wi-Fi 7. This is a pretty damn good motherboard. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty nice. Spy, thank you for the first-time chat. We were just saying what? I'm talking about computer parts, of course. But you know what? Props to Asus for actually putting some solid I/O on a board that isn't super expensive. I hate how expensive PC parts are in Canada. There's a reason I ran my GTX 1080 into the ground. Yeah. So far, we're already at $799, and we still need to get your RAM. So let's choose your memory. 32 gigs, DDR5, 6000 should be fine. And yeah, okay, G-Skill Flare X5. Now there's two different kinds of this more basic kind of G-Skill memory, where it is G-Skill Flare. If it says Flare there, that is the Expo memory. That means it is meant for AMD CPUs, and it has the Expo overclocking profile baked right into the crust. I don't know if you want an RGB RAM kit though. That's not much more at all. But let's pick our frequency. DDR5 6000 should be fine. And CL30, 10 nanosecond first word latency on that. There we go. And 32 gigs. So that's going to be 2 by 16. There you go. The T-Create Expert is pretty nice for this as well. This actually has both Expo and XMP profiles in it. So it works great for either AMD or Intel. And it's $127.98 for 32 gigs, DDR5 6000, CL30. There you go. Prices are bad in New Zealand too. Absolutely. Wish it could have held on longer. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. We are at $927.96. And I wish we had a little bit extra to get you a new boot drive. Like, let me look here. Add additional storage. An additional 1 terabyte NV3, matching your game drive, essentially, would be 70 Canadian dollars. My girlfriend doesn't like RGB, so I've opted out of cool lights. You know, it's fine. I promise you, there's a lot of folks out there who would trade in their RGB to have a caring partner. You know what I mean? You know, that's fine. It is one of those things that can be headache-inducing for some people, and that is an actual thing. So maybe that's the case. I don't know. But yeah, $70.95 for an NV3, an additional NV3 drive. I'm putting this on there just so that you can see that it is actually still under budget. If you get a caring partner in this economy, true. I think they increased the tariffs on caring partners. What is it? We don't be importing, whatever. Anyways, this conversation is a little off the rails. Now, Spy's emote there as a first-time chat, just saying what is suddenly makes sense. Bang on LMAO, it gave her headaches. Yep. And it can actually have something to do with that, because our LEDs, they look like they're just on. They're actually flickering. Okay, they are flickering at a high, at a refresh rate essentially. And higher quality LEDs flicker like faster, so it's less noticeable. But if you're getting like a budget case, you probably don't have the most high quality RGB in there, but it'll look cool to the average person. But for some people, that can actually induce a headache. Cardablock Mustache, thanks for your time. Hey, you're welcome anytime. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. 135% tariff on caring partners. Yeah. Okay, so Look at this, though. You have now an additional boot drive where you can install Windows on a PCIe Gen 4 1 terabyte SSD, and you're still under that magic 1,000 Canadian dollars. You call them dollars, right? I don't like RGB2, but white usually works. That's like one of the brightest ones. That is the brightest one, though, usually. Because that is all three, red, green, and blue, firing off at max power. PWM rate difference affects me, too, so I am with your girlfriend on this one. Yep. But yeah, there you go. There you go. There's your list. Most of the money went to the CPU, and that does not have to be the case. If you want, here's another option, okay? You can go in and just for now put in something like a 9600X. And then when the next gen X3D chip comes out, you can grab that because you will now have the platform that would allow you to make that upgrade. However, you should be fine with this. Like if you want the 7800X3D for max gaming performance right out of the box, this will do it. There's not much performance difference between the 9800X3D and the 7800X3D. The main difference that I've seen in between the two is in other tasks, productivity. The fact you can overclock the 9800X3D, but it's locked on the 7800X3D. You can still run PBO though. And the temps are better because they took the 3D cache. Before the 3D, you had your your core complex die, the CCD, basically the CPU and all its extra things around it, right? On the bottom, and then the 3D cache stacked on top of that. And wherever there was a gap, they just put silicon structure. And then the integrated heat spreader. So that was like keeping heat in. It was a thermally bad situation. Now they put the 3D cache underneath the core complex die, or your CPU and all of its accoutrement, all right? Now it's on top, and then it's direct contact. Well, there's, of course, the interface material, and then usually some kind of liquid metal or some kind of material there, and then your ILM, your integrated, or your IHS, your integrated heat spreader, right? Now there's nothing in the way. It gets better temps, but it's an additional 129 or so Canadian dollars. Why not the 7700X for CPU instead of 7800X3D? VTS, that's the thing, is this is actually a situation where they're doing 1080p high refresh rate gaming and they want the best performance possible. And what needed upgrading was the CPU. So you go 3D cache in that case. I'm trying to build the slowest PC ever. Cosmosis T. Okay. I wish you the best of luck. Jumper, I do have a question. What's your opinion on the Intel Ultra 7 265K? I know you said AMD is better for future-proofing and gaming. 7800X3D is good. Just more curious. Don't want to be a toilet wisdom here. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think in the current market, and you could call this a hot take if you want, whatever. I think that X3D chips are overrated and that the 265K is the best deal in CPUs right now, hands down. And the reason I say that X3D chips are overrated is because a lot of people who are gaming or wanting to game are not doing the same thing you're doing. Sticking with 1080p and trying to get those frames, right? A lot of people are trying to go to 1440p. That's like the fastest growing resolution on the Steam hardware survey, month after month. 1440p is increasing the most. It might, yeah, I mean, I would have to really look at the numbers, but in the trends that I've seen, it's so much more affordable now to get a 1440p monitor. And once you go up to the higher resolution, 3D cache for 90% of games, 95% of games, takes a back seat. The CPU takes a back seat. It's more GPU bound at that point. And then especially at 4K. But at 1080p in competitive gaming, 3D cache is that's where it shines. So that is answering VTS and answering you on the 265K. The 265K in 1080p gaming, the anything X3D is going to leave it in the dust, unfortunately. That doesn't mean it can't do it. It can, and it can do it just fine. So if you came in and you're like, hey, I want to do 1080p gaming, but I also want to do some video editing, 265K. And if you weren't like, I actually do want to upgrade my CPU down the line, 265K. But you want to have that socket that's going to be supported for years, then you go with AMD. And you're just gaming and streaming, 8 cores, 16 threads, totally fine. Bro, I feel 4K is a myth for gaming. Stay 1080p. I game in 4K all the time. It's freaking awesome. I used to be a 4K hater until I was given a 4K monitor for review, and I was like, yo, this is actually really sick. And I realized I don't really play competitively anymore. If you play competitively, forget 4K. It ain't there. That ain't it, Chief. You don't want 4K. 1440p at most, and I'd like that. I like that for coding. Well, yeah, I mean, 4K, if you get a smaller, like a 27-inch 4K monitor, for coding, it can be a bit of a headache because unless you scale properly, your text is too small. And that's what you're looking at is text the whole time. But yeah, tough if you want the best in 4K. Well, the thing is, I'm currently working with a 4K monitor that is 185 hertz, 4K, IPS, and it is like $450. It's a really good price. But it is missing some features. There's no USB hub in it, which I think can be really helpful for clean setups. Things like that. You can put things like wireless dongles back there. As long as you have a little extender to get it past some of the electronics, it's just kind of barely, whatever, anyways. You know what I mean? But this is an Asus monitor. That's 4K, 185 hertz, and it's really gorgeous. I think 27 inch is a little small for 4K though. I think 32 inch is right. That's like the Goldilocks zone for a 4K monitor. 32 inch is where you want to be. That's what I use. I have a 32 inch 4K for my content creation, video editing stuff. If you're going to make 4K videos, you should have a 4K monitor to look at the video, right? Anyways. Right, so for 1080p, 7800 X3D would be most likely be better. Yes, and for future-proofing AMD. We don't like the term future-proofing around here, or at least I don't. But in this case, it is technically correct because future upgradability is there. Intel really just... can't get it figured out right now. They're like, oh, our public image is trashed. Like, okay, well, let's launch these CPUs. And they got trashed because of like the already bad mood people had over Intel, and then they didn't decimate all when it came to gaming, and people were like, well, then it's garbage. And it's like, why are all your benchmarks at 1080p? Yeah, that's going to, I mean, of course, gaming benchmarks for CPUs have to be at 1080p, or else there's barely any difference, which is kind of my point. There's barely any difference if you go above 1080p resolution. Anyway, but man, like once they drop the price on the 265K, it's just like the choice if you're doing more than gaming on your PC. If you're gaming and streaming and you're doing 1080p stuff, basically your situation, yeah, 8-core X3D chip, you're good. You're going to love it. Whatever, you're going to love it. Yeah, Jumper, I do agree though. 450 sounded good, but it is a lot. Yeah, 32 inch is perfect. I dig it, especially with DisplayPort having so much capabilities. True. Okay, so let me give you your list. Well, first I'll save it. Yeah, it is true though that Jumper, that until you go into a chat in YouTube, you won't know that your like full name is your username there, and that's pretty annoying. But they do at least let you change it. So I'm glad that this stream caused you to change it. Oh, also, you might want to make sure that you have your mounting hardware for the Dark Rock Pro 5 to go over to basically, if you have the mounting hardware originally, it should have the AM4 mounting hardware. That works for socket AM5. That was a big thing that they made sure of when they made AM5, that AM4 coolers would be compatible. So if you have the original box, the AM4 mounting hardware should be in it. If not, you can request that from Be Quiet. They might charge you shipping, but they should send it out to you for free. Well, I mean, Noctua would send it for free, but they might just charge you shipping, but maybe not charge you for the mounting hardware. Intel just has so many better deals. It's so enticing, but I get why AMD are more expensive. Anything X3D is I think, overhyped, overpriced, except for in a use case like yours. See, that's crazy. You just mentioned that because that cooler I got a long time ago. Okay, well, you'll want to email Be Quiet support or reach out to Be Quiet support. Let them know the cooler you have and that you need AM5 mounting hardware. And we'll see how quick that they can get that to you. If they can't or if they won't, you might need to get a new cooler. These days, I want single cores more powerful. Multi-threading is a mess with apps that do or don't support it, and the kernel going WTF. I think Intel with efficient cores is a cool idea, but how far does that go? I will say that since 12th gen, they did improve the scheduler. It's much better than what I prefer Intel's hybrid architecture versus AMD's core parking. Core parking got me bummed out like crazy. I'm so sick of core parking. It's like they didn't oh, but what if some game stuff gets on the CCD that ain't got the X3D? Just work with that. Work with Windows to figure that out and tell it how to do it. That's what Intel does with the scheduler, with efficiency cores and all that. Bergie 5, did I miss much? Yes, but that's okay. That's what the VOD is for. No, I'm kidding. Welcome back. I'm joking with you. Okay. I'll just get the same one again. Oh, that's a shame. Look, you might even be able to go on the site and have it where you can just order it. Just reach out to Be Quiet. Don't just like, it sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, but like it's the way you should do it, IMO. And besides, it's a nice little test for Be Quiet support. See if they provide good support or not, which I know they do. Okay, we go here. Bam. All right, Peyton, you are going to be the last person that we help out this evening. I'm already hitting midnight central, which is when I usually end it. But Peyton will go ahead and help you out if you're still here. If not, we will call it a night, but just let me know if you're here. Looks like we're doing a Micro Center build. Oh, no, Skytech. Skytech. This one's easy because they got a Skytech PC. They just want to know if they got a good deal. I love hyperthreading tech. It's just so messed up since Pentium 4 days. Just added instructions now and now confused at the moment. Well, think about this. Intel got rid of hyperthreading with Core Ultra 200S. And it is more efficient because of that. I do want more cores, but I want them single cores on steroids. You're talking about like, you know what? I'm pretty sure I have a 4790K lying around. Would you like it? That's what that was. That thing overclocked beautifully, man. I miss using that CPU, but it just couldn't keep up once I tried to start editing video and doing music production and stuff. It was like, please let me die. It's been years. I got a 4790K. That just means you have good taste. The new Threadrippers are unlocked. They are. They're also Threadripper priced, unfortunately. Hi, I'm Central Time Zone, and I'm fading fast. Very calming voice. I'm happy to hear that. Should I turn the music up, though? It's at least exciting music. Here. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. It might be because I have the vocal effects on right now. Let me go ahead and turn them off, and I'll go ahead and use my real voice starting now. Here we
go. There you go. You see, I actually naturally have reverberation to my voice, and it's also a little too low, so I try to raise it up using vocal effects. I hope that helps. All right, so Peyton, let's go ahead and take care of your situation here.
I'm just kidding. All right, okay. There is, like with every stream, there's a slight lag, so I apologize. That's okay. Can you say, Luke, I am your father? Actually, Bergie, that's not what he said in the movie. He said, not Luke, I'm your father. And he just said, no, I am your father. I am your father. I can say it. I did say it. There you go. Okay. It's funny, Peyton, because on the last stream and on my Sunday gaming stream, which those are only on Twitch, I had my voice was going out, but in a weird way, to where it was like I don't know, half an octave lower. And I had to just speak very calmly and quietly, but my voice was like very rumbly and low. And I was like, whoa, my voice has never done this. But we're playing Wind Waker, and I was doing the voice of the King of Red Lions, and I was just like, yo, this is sick. I kind of missed that now that my voice has kind of gotten better. But yeah, so what I need to know which Skytech PC you bought. Can you give me I need three things. I need the model name, like as if it's Azure 3 or whatever, and then the CPU and GPU, and we should be able to find it. I paired my 4790K with an MSI Gaming 5 board. I believe all the settings at first were so messed up. Turbo boost time, wattage, all sorts were borked, made temps go to 95C, turned it up, and lasted me 10 plus years. Yeah, mine still works. I just had to upgrade eventually. Good taste, though, brother, to know about the 4790K LMFAO. It was a gem. Oh, yeah. One of the last of the great quad cores, you know? Jumper came over here to the Twitch chat. Thank you for coming on over to the Twitch chat. I appreciate that. And for the follow. Also, Spy, thank you for the follow. Spy, I saw that you did put in the form. I am sorry. We are getting to like the end of the stream after this one, but you keep your place in line. So every Tuesday and Thursday at around 8 p.m. Central is when we do this. So if you come back on Tuesday or Thursday, I will be able to help you out, or whenever you can come back. You do need to let me know, though. You come in and say, hey, by the way, I'm on the list from a previous stream, and then I'll see where you're at and mark you down in purple, and we'll know that you're here. Azure 3 Plus, 9800X3D, and 9070 XT. Gaming and graphic design. You actually may have pulled a genius move here, okay? I will tell you why. I do want to see how much RAM and storage it has, but we will go to the Azure 3 Plus. Where is it? Not here. There it is. Azure 3 Plus. And specifically the black one. There is not a black one, but we do have one with similar specs. So, okay. All right. So 32 gigs, DDR5 6000. Perfect. Thank you, Skytech. Good for this 9800X3D. The 9070 XT, you're doing gaming and graphic design at 1080p. The 9070 XT is a little bit overkill, but with that 9800X3D, you are maxing out the performance of that GPU, which is really nice. And let's see. Your budget was $2,000 to $2,500. So what I might have said was perhaps it would have been better to go for the one that is a step above this, where it has the 9800X3D with the 5070 Ti. For productivity stuff, NVIDIA GPUs tend to be a little bit better, more because of adoption amongst software suites, like integration and all that with NVIDIA technologies, but NVIDIA performance. But still, this is a solid PC. But yeah, this one's $21.99. But I don't see the one with the black case. That's fine. Did you get it directly from Skytech, if I may ask? Hook them up with a PC to make games for the Nintendo 64. No, I would actually rather hook them up with a PC to make ROM hacks for Super NES for the SNES. How about that? Learn basic, make new Metroid games, please. Put it on. What was it? What's the site? I go there. What is it? Metroid Construction. That's it. Metroid Construction. So cool. I've not bought it. This is a future purchase. Okay. Well, what is your actual maximum budget, if I may ask? Because you chose a range of 2,000 to 2,500, yet somewhere in that range is a maximum number of what you're able to purchase. 2,300, 2,250, whatever that might be. Could be at 2,000, could be at 20, whatever. What would that amount be? Like purchasing in the next week or two, but I was planning on getting it directly from the website. Hell yeah. I can get you a discount then, and that's awesome. The only thing is, I don't see the PC you're talking about on the site. Now, that might be a search results error. So what we'll do is we will just redo this and just go to the basic Prebuilt Gaming PC site here, or page here, and we'll pick the 9800X 3D. Now, there it is. There it is, actually. What the hell? Why wasn't it showing up when I picked out the Azure 3 Plus? That's crazy. This is better, too, because this has a 2 terabyte M.2 drive for the boot drive. 850 watt ATX 3.0, 80 plus cold power supply, 32 gigs. It has a downgrade on the RAM, though. It is not DDR5 6000. That's less than ideal. That can affect graphic design. Your RAM frequency and latency can affect graphic design. 2,300 is max budget. Okay, how about we look through what they've got, and we will work with that. Now, looking at your form, let's go off of this. You want a lot of RGB. I respect it. And gaming. So let me ask you about the graphic design side of things. What softwares are you using or planning to use for graphic design? Stay. All right. That is just not good. Okay. So let's see. Are you using Photoshop in particular? I use Clip Studio Paint, mostly for illustration and animation. Okay. Unfortunately, I generally will go with looking at Puget benchmarks. I don't think they don't use Clip Studio Paint in here. What they'll have is like, let's see what programs are here. Actually, it'll be in the list here. Lightroom Classic, Photoshop, Premiere Pro, After Effects, DaVinci Resolve, Unreal Engine, Cinebench 2024, Blender, and V-Ray. But if it's, I know it's not going to be that much like it, but let's look at Photoshop. In Photoshop, let me see, they don't have the 9800X 3D in here in this Lightroom. That's Lightroom. Photoshop, yeah, it's not in here, and I don't know. There it is. Yes, it scores among the top CPUs because AMD is like a Photoshop favorite. So the 9800X 3D does really well. The top CPU for Photoshop is the 9700X, which is crazy because Photoshop really likes the before the 9000 series came out, the top CPU was a 7700X because it likes straightforward 8-core 16-thread AMD CPUs the most. Don't ask me why. But for Clip Studio Paint for animation and for, I don't know if an 8-core 16-thread CPU is going to be best. I don't think it has a benchmark, and I don't think it's a common benchmark. Blender will be an eventual thing for 3D modeling. Okay, well, if that's the case... Oh, wait, I skipped it. I think it's in here. Game dev, virtual production, Unreal Engine. Blender. So as you can see, with Blender, it likes cores. It wants more cores. Okay? Like 16 core, 32 thread, 16 core, 32 thread, 24 core Intel, 20 core Intel. And then you get to the 12 core AMD, 24 threads, 12 core, 24 threads. And then here's the 9800X3D. It does not score very high in Blender, unfortunately. So if these things are important to you, and let me just make one thing clear as a fellow creative, okay? The creative flow is precious and must be protected. And nothing can kill the creative flow quite like slow running software. Good Lord. It's kind of the worst. I like one of my favorite things when I'm doing a PC review video or something is making a montage. And God, if my stuff's running slowly, I just like, I'll come back later. It takes me right out of it. So what would make sense here is maybe sacrificing slightly, a little bit of the 1080p gaming performance, which, by the way, I would probably recommend with the budget you have, you might want to go up to 1440p on your monitor. It gives you more real estate on the monitor. You can get a larger one too at that point. 27-inch 1440p monitor can be had for not a lot. This Pixio one that I'm looking up here, great picture on it. It's 165 hertz, and it's like 220. Yeah, it's really not bad. And with the hardware you're looking at, I would recommend, and the use case of graphic design, a larger, higher resolution monitor would probably be really good for you. But let's take a look through these PCs and let's find you something that is more balanced. Not so much about pure gaming performance like the 9800X3D. If you were just doing certain graphic design programs that are 2D, yes, but Blender really, really likes cores. And I think a good balance might be, let me see, what'd you say here? You said, when I asked in the forum, do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? You said no. That makes Intel an option. Current gen Intel is an option. But looking here, the one I would recommend, the 265K, is usually the best deal out of all the Intel CPUs. It doesn't score super well, but it's way better than the 9800X3D. Once you get to the 285K Intel Core Ultra 9, 285K, the Ryzen 9 9950X or the 9950X 3D, the top scoring CPUs, it gets a lot more expensive. But it's an option. So let's take a look at what's here. We're going to go ahead and instead of searching by CPU just to find the right PC from the one you were looking at, we're going to go with, also for Blender, you want to go NVIDIA, by the way. You don't want to go with an AMD GPU. NVIDIA is what I would recommend. We're gonna basically look starting at 2300 and then down, and we'll go down from there. And we can go a little higher because I do have a coupon code, and that does scale with the price of the system. So let's put that at like 2400, and then we'll sort by price, high to low. Let's see what it gets us. 9700X, 9700X, 9900X3D, which if we look here on Blender is right there with the 265K. Okay. What's the GPU with that? A 5070 Ti. 5070 Ti. That's a solid upgrade. Now this says $23.99, but I do have a coupon code. Okay. We're going to keep on looking though. I'm looking for a major change, and not finding one just yet. 9900X and 5060, 5070 Ti. And here, let me address the GPU thing really quick. Okay, we're gonna look at Puget Bench again, and we're gonna look at the benchmarks for the 5070 Ti. And if we go in here, should I get Arc B580 instead of 4060 Ti? Jester, without knowing what you're trying to do with it, I don't know. If you're getting crazy with rendering, Cosmosis said, you should be running render farms. Pass jobs, workloads to a machine to process and send it back over network. Have like 10 computers doing your render work or a big machine. Cosmosis, since they said Blender will be an eventual thing, I don't think they're getting crazy with it yet, and I don't think they're at that point. That's the kind of thing you set up. Render farms, absolutely. Once you're making money. Not necessarily as a hobby, unless you just got deep pockets like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we're going to skip to Blender here. No, that's not what I meant to do. I thought this... Oh, that's just a software. I wanted to skip to the portion. We'll just scroll. It's fine. Okay. There are certain things about the 5070 Ti that really place it in my sort of winner's circle when it comes to hardware, especially because the price has finally become a little bit more reasonable. The fact that for $400 or $500 less than a 5080 in Premiere Pro, if you do any video editing, which you're not, but in Premiere Pro, it's almost the same score for a lot less money. 5070 Ti punches above its weight class. It's right up there with the 5080 in a lot of benchmarks that matter. So yeah, it kind of really stood out to me. So V-Ray and Blender. We scooch over to Blender, and now you will see a difference between the 5070 Ti and the 5080. But I do want to note that the 5070 Ti beats the 4070 Super, the 3090 Ti, the 3080 Ti, the 7900 XTX, to show you where AMD places. The 7900 XTX was an MSRP $1,000 AMD GPU in the last generation. This thing is really hanging there with a lot of bigger, heftier, more expensive GPUs. So that's probably a good choice for a balanced system for you. Boo, Blender is just a beast no matter what, from what I've experienced and heard. I think it'll chug no matter what I get. Well, I mean, you know, if we can mitigate that, we should. Like, I'm not saying get a 5090. Almost, this is like, are you making money doing this? Then maybe, sure, you can justify it, because that's a big old tax write-off. If you're not, then don't go for any 90 class card. And if you're looking at 80 class cards, well, the 5070 Ti is cheaper than all of them, and it's doing almost as well. That's where my brain sort of funnels you when it comes to what GPU you should get. Now, what I should search really quick, I need to see this. This is going to take just a second. Let's see. I want to see where the 9070 XT stacks up and see if maybe we did you a favor here. Do they have Blender in this test? They didn't test it for Blender specifically because they knew I was going to look at that. Come on, man. Well, I mean, in video editing, it's down here, and the 5070 Ti is up there. So that's a big... With the 5080, 4090, all that. After Effects. Oh, don't run After Effects on this thing. Damn! Okay. The 9070 XT is not really designed for productivity stuff or production stuff, okay? DaVinci Resolve gets creamed like crazy. Okay. Of course, with DaVinci Resolve, if you're using the free version and just doing that, you can't use GPU hardware acceleration anyway. But Video AI, Unreal Engine 5 is, you know, it's this 3D environment thing, okay? 9070 XT does almost hang with the 5070 Ti, but there is a gap there. There is a gap. That is actually surprising. That catches me by surprise. It beats out the 7900 XTX. They did something cool here, but in almost every other use case, it's just like, yeah, you stick with NVIDIA for productivity stuff. Thank you for the monitor suggestion, too. That was going to be a follow-up question of mine. Oof on 9070 XT being the bottom for one of those tests. Yeah, it makes it. But the thing, What bothers me actually is the inconsistency of where it places versus the consistency of where the 5070 Ti is at. You seem to me like someone who might just be like, I want to try this software or that thing at some point. It gets suggested to you. You're like, hell yeah, let's give it a shot. NVIDIA is going to be your better bet because they work more with a lot of these software suites, or these software suites are like, hey, they own 90% of the market, 98% of the market or whatever. We're going to make our, it's going to save us a lot of time and money in development if we more focus on working with CUDA cores and yada, 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 NVIDIA technologies. It just makes sense. And unfortunately, that's perpetuating that market share. But I digress. It just makes it a better decision for you to go with NVIDIA as your GPU. Just because you sound like you're going to be trying different things as you go. So what we'll do here is we'll narrow this down to my pick for probably the best GPU out of the lineup for a PC like yours at your price point, the 5070 Ti. And if you look, there's more systems with that GPU than any of the others at around your budget. So it makes the most sense. Now, I wouldn't normally recommend the 9900X3D, and y'all know that because it sort of bothers me that it's two CCDs with 6 cores each. So when you turn on a game, it becomes a 6-core CPU, but it rips at games. It's very, very good at gaming. It makes it a little less good at gaming than the cheaper 9800X3D. But if we look at the benchmarks here, when it comes to Blender, the 9900X3D does beat out the 9800X3D by a pretty big percentage. That's like 20%, 25% right there. Okay, that's a little more than 25%, it looks like. And it hangs with the Core Ultra 7 265K while providing you much better gaming performance. So it might actually, it's just going up to the 285K, 950X, whatever, does give you more, but that's not in any of these pre-configured systems for a reason. Those are very expensive CPUs. So let's look for a PC with that combo, find the best combination of it. And would you look at that, if you already like the Azure 3 Plus, there's a version of it with the 9900X3D and the 5070 Ti for $2299.99, exactly at your budget before my discount. So for creativity reasons, NVIDIA 5070 Ti, the 5070 Ti specifically, you get 16 gigs of VRAM, just the same as the much more expensive 5080 card, but it's going to be it's much more reasonable in the price. Similar performance to that in a lot of use cases. So, but the 5070 is a big step down in that it has only 12 gigs of VRAM and fewer CUDA cores, all of that. It's a pretty big step down from the 5070 Ti. So I would say this one, is there one with a 2 terabyte drive? There is, and it's more. That's 9800X3D. Never mind. Huh. What's going on here? Because, bear with me. Same case, same storage, same GPU, more expensive CPU, same price. What's the deal? This one has a was $2,800 price. It says was $2,600. How? I got to look at this. I got to figure it out. 2 terabytes, 850 watt, ATX 3.0, X870, 5070 Ti, 32 gigs GDDR5 6000. Yeah, okay. And this one, 9800X3D, 5070 Ti, slower RAM, 2 terabyte drive, same AIO, X670. So downgrade on the motherboard, potentially. And this is a better PC. This is an objectively better PC for the same price. What the hell? Dale Gribble's hat. Wasn't there one a bit lower? Yeah, but I'm looking to see other options like higher higher capacity storage, RAM speeds, things like that. Yeah. Still going hard. What's up, Zeno? Yes, yes, I am. Night, night. Don't forget to brush your teeth. You got it, Rurutu. I'm on it. I'm back. Had to do some chores. Tanmay, welcome back. Congrats on getting some chores done. So what I want to see is this. We're going to add this to cart. I want to see how much it comes out to after my discount. Because if it's enough off and it takes it down to 2,300, then I would say this is the way to go. I hope you like the wood panel look, though, because it does have that wood panel on there. SWARM. Swarm is the code. So close. 2327.99. I think there was one with 2 terabytes a bit lower on the page. Sure. Yeah. But did it have the same CPU and GPU? 9900X3D, 5070 Ti, 1 terabyte. 9800, no, it's 9800. Okay. 9800X3D, 2 terabyte. That might be the one you saw. That's not the same CPU. And then it's down to 7000 series. There's a 9900X, but that's a 1 terabyte drive. None of these have the 9900X3D. So, yeah. No, we picked the one with the most storage. It does come out to 23 more than budget. 27.99 over budget. Although shipping is free. Shipping is free. And the picture's the same, so we can take a better look at the system. If you're fine with the way this looks, this is a nice Antec case. It's a little crazy. It's a little busy. But you did say you want a lot of RGB, and this has got it. Also, Dale Gribble's hat, that's just a great name, by the way. Just compliments on that. So what do you think? We went... I can maybe stretch my budget a little bit for that. Well, remember, some system integrators do not offer free shipping. They do. So because the budget is before shipping and taxes, you have to kind of imagine that there's some people who come in, pick a PC, and then have to add on $100 or whatever for shipping. You don't have to do that. So $2327.99. Yeah, I can also live with the wood paneling. Okay, good. I would do this one. Yeah. So in order to get that price, though, the code is SWARM. This will take off $72 from the price, which was already discounted, by the way, from $2,500 down to or $2,600. It was $25.99. They brought it down to $23.99, and then we're taking another $72 off. So you're getting more PC for your money there. So this saves you $72 and supports what I do, to be clear, which is always appreciated. But that's the way I prefer to get support from my viewers rather than subs or bits or any of that. I would rather you support what I do by saving money rather than spending extra. So we have codes for a lot of different SIs for this reason. So it doesn't funnel. I'm not funneling everybody towards specific builders, just to get you to use my codes or anything. We have them with a lot of different SIs. But let me go ahead and get you back to, let's get back to the system. I'll get you the link and the code is there. So yeah, I think this is really solid for what you're trying to do. Plus, this does have, as opposed to the system that you showed me, this has 2 terabytes of Gen 4 storage, PCIe Gen 4, M.2 storage. So you're starting off with more storage to begin with, which is great. And adding storage is very easy, so don't worry about that. If you need to add some down the line, it's one of the easiest things you can do. Also, the better motherboard, X870 instead of, I think it was B650 before. Yeah. So yeah, let me get you the link. This may automatically add the coupon code when I do it with the tag on the end. Let me try. Well, I can't try because it's in my cookies now, but you can try. There we go. And there you go. Well, that was fun. We did it, chat. We helped out how many people tonight? 6 people tonight. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hey, No problem. I think you're gonna. I do want to mention this is a big. It's probably a pretty wide PC, so make sure you have some room on your desk for it. It's a dual chamber case, but it's gonna probably look pretty rad there, and I really hope you like it. Let us know how it turns out. Good night now. You got it. Go get some rest. For the people on Twitch side of things, if you want to get yourself some extra channel points, stick around because we're gonna raid one of our friends. It's gonna be a good time. Accidental impersonation there, but that's okay. Was that pretty? That was pretty good, I think. It was not bad. Not bad. I've done worse. Who are we rating? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, man, I would love to freaking raid Science streams, but they're playing Grounded 2, and I do not like spiders. Like, they freak me out. I would have nightmares. I cannot play Grounded, and I can't watch it. So who are we raiding? I would love to raid them, though. I just can't do it. I cannot do it. Duty Beard is playing The Sims 4, apparently. Haven't rated Duty in a while. Mired Media, we have rated them recently. And Manly Reviews. I really like to raid Manly, though. Like, it's just fun. We got to raid Duty. We haven't rated Duty in a while. Celo, thank you for joining for the raid. McB69, I don't know who that is. Bergie, I would need more info. I am always open to adding new people to the rotation for rating. I'm actually gonna look. I'm gonna look and see who it suggests to me in Science and Tech and see if there's anybody there. Science and Tech, Science and Tech. A lot of them are just like charts that are actively running. Man, Manly's playing LA Noire. That's so fun. So who is this? It looks like she is playing Elden Ring right now. Let me see. Let me see this. Let me check them out. All right, let's do it. Sure thing. Why is it not finding the... I just looked at their channel. Oh, it's Miss B. Why'd you put Mick B? It's Miss B, right? MSB? Is it Miss B69? You put Mick B as if it's something on the McDonald's menu. Clone Smurf says go. We're going. We're going. Okay, Bergie. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. The only thing about when we raid someone who's not doing, who doesn't know me and is not doing Science and Tech, they never understand what I'm doing. They're like, oh, they would think I was playing Elden Ring, but that's okay. We can say hi, we can raid them. It'll be fun. Aside from that, I super appreciate you guys hanging out so much. Everybody join in the raid, please. You know, I do this for free, but that's what I ask. Look at that, 47 people. Dang, look at that. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining. I will catch y'all on Sunday when we can continue to play Wind Waker, and I do a bunch of silly voices, and Link makes a bunch of silly faces. It's going to be great, and I hope to see you there. Until then, take care. My Stream Deck is acting up.
Let's go, nerds.